Hello. Hi, hi. Hi, Pinky. Hi, Ion Agenda. Hello. How you're doing? I hope you're doing good. Welcome in. How are you doing? Did your foot get any better? Yes and no. I went to get the medically checked this morning, and I mean the doctor says it's no big deal, but and then just like applied some gave me some ointment and then all good. But I'm still a little bit worried since I did kick on the rusty metal, so still a little bit worried. But if the doctor says it's no big deal, then yeah, it should be fine. It should be fine. Oh, hi Rogue. Well, welcome in. Ayo, like that. A fellow red subscriber. red subscriber. Red is such chaotic emotes. I personally always do this on this channel. Hope the doctor is correct. Yeah, me too. I mean, it's not that I don't trust the doctors, but you know, my experience with doctors has been not the best, since they cannot even identify diabetes well, which caused me to go emergency. It's a story for another time, but yeah, I did share this back then. So yeah, maybe that's why I don't trust doctors as much, but I trust them. You know, I trust them. If they say it's no big deal, then it's no big deal. Also, yes, I moisturize. Thank you, Rogue. I did decide to watch some Tekken 8 trailer, although there's only like 2, I think. Yeah, there's only Jin. Yeah, there's a Jin Kazama and also Paul Phoenix. Oh damn, Paul looks really good from the thumbnail. Oh shit. Oh, I'm gonna go in depth with this shit. Probably gonna take a while. You know, I'm a huge Tekken fangirl. I'm a huge Tekken fan, alright? What can I say? Here, let me just get this thing open. Only 2, right? Yeah, and then it's Kazuya. Okay, then it's like... Yeah, I've seen Nina. I've seen Nina. Jin's like a new one. Okay, Jin and Paul. So far, Jin and Paul. You can say a lot. I guess I can say a lot, huh? I can, but there's a few things I wonder though. Right, for Jin, something about Jin has been bothering me a little bit. They did put Omen stance for Jin in Tekken Tag Tournament 2, which is like when Jin does the Omen stance and then Jin has access to actual electric, you know, actual electric wind god fist, and also Omen thunder god fist, you know the Heihachi stuff. So when Jin does the Omen stance, it went from Kazama style to actually Mishima, right, and the Hell Sweep as well. So I wonder if, yeah, I wonder if they're gonna give it to Jin. You know, the Omen stance, allow Jin to have a bit of a more versatility in terms of like gameplay and also uniqueness to it. No, Jin is the only character that has both Kazama and Mishima style fighting. You know, Kazama and Mishima in one. Like, gosh dang. I mean, sure, it's a lot of work, but I'm hoping that they have that for Jin, to be honest. I hope anyway. I don't know. I don't want. Although from the first ever like Tekken 8 announcement, we've seen Jin is embracing the devil gene, I think, Gene. Yeah, Jin seems to be embracing the devil gene and then just like making use of that instead of just like trying to fight it and then becoming unconscious of devil form or some shit like that. It seems that yeah, Jin has made peace with it and just embracing it, utilizing it without going out of control. Right? It seems to me that way. Oh, I can't say much. Maybe they upgrade the Death Fist, you know, make Pole more Pole. Make Pole more Pole, one Death Fist, 50% damage, I think, on a counter hit. Maybe even the hit smash is like a Death Fist, go like bang. I don't know. Well, that's all I hope for. I don't hope for much for Paul, but from the thumbnail alone, Paul looks really dang good. Right? Not gonna lie, from the thumbnail alone. And Jin, I'm hoping a lot. And I'm hoping for Omen stance to come back for Jin. Paul gonna kick Tushi. Jin's gonna kick Tushi. Kick Tushi. Well, let me just get to this one here. I mean, of course I'm gonna go for Jin first, right? I'm gonna go for Jin first. So I'm not gonna keep this music going on, but here, let me just adjust myself a little bit. Oh, don't look. I'm transforming. I'm Morbin. I'm Morbin. Okay, I'll put myself here then. Just stopping by to say good night. Ooh, good night, Marshall. Have a good sleep. Okay, there's Jin. This one. So I did say what I want. Hopefully they give it to me. I don't know. I'm not a Jin main. I'm a Heihachi main. I don't know if Heihachi is gone or some shit. I want Heihachi to be back. As a Heihachi main, I wish for Heihachi to be back. Heihachi is such a legacy character. They would not just abandon Heihachi, would they? They totally would. That's why I'm afraid. I want a Heihachi. Okay, here we go. I'm not gonna put maybe full volume? Full volume? No, here. Yeah, okay. Actually, give me a second. Wonder if my PC can handle 4K. So PC can. I'll go for 1080p. All right, I'm not gonna ask for much. 1080p is good enough. I don't want my PC to just like oh. Yeah, seems loud enough. I'm gonna go through it once and then I'll go in depth a little bit.
Get ready for the next battle. Tekken 8.
Oh, Jin.
Jin Kazama.
I still don't like the announcer. What the? Okay, wait. 1.2 stance? The hell is that? Okay. strengths and everything. Okay, good. Redemption arc. What the fuck is that? Three one into stands into. No. Okay. 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 I'm very happy. I'm very happy. Bitrate says bye-bye. Okay. Okay. That's a lot of things. That's a lot of things. Unless there's something new there. I'm gonna play it. Gonna play it all. Are you hiding something from me, game? Doesn't look like it. A few seconds left. Maybe 2 seconds. 1 second. Okay, you're not. Okay, you're not. So, first of all, first of goddamn all, why are you dragging up? Why is Jin Dragunov? You're just stealing Dragunov's move. What is this? Okay, this. Why? Are they gonna abandon Dragunov? Are they gonna not put Dragunov in the game anymore? Why does Jin has down 2 for Dragon? Cool beans. I mean, right? Cool beans. All right. But in overall, I think Jin is quite unique, and of course they gave Jin the Omen stance. I think here. There it is. Oh my god. Jin did OTGF. I cannot believe it. This Jin, he has always been nothing new, just like we know him. It used to be, yeah, but Jin changed. This is like the redemption arc for Jin. This is like Jin's like a combination of signature move and anything. Now, I think this trailer is not bad, but I think the weakest part, sadly, is the rage art. Something about the rage art is lacking. Right? The rage art is a little bit lacking. One punch, 2 punch. 1 punch, 2 punch, right? That's kind of sad, to be honest. It's a little bit lacking. I was hoping it's no Negan R. Negan Rage R 2 years. I mean, Negan Rage R is 2 years. Ganryu Rage R is 10 years. Ganryu Rage R is literally watching a movie. It's so slow. One other thing is that I think even I think it was here, right? Yeah, this crazy shit right here. Like, what is that? Even that is a better rage art. This one is better than rage art. This one. Bitch, that is way better than the rage art. Hello? Fucking air combo. We're playing Smash Brothers. Okay, let's look at the everything slowly. All right, let's look at everything very slowly. Let's play at 0.5. All right, 0.5, and then I'm gonna mute this trailer. So first off, we suddenly have a Dragunov down 2 for Jin. For whatever reason. Okay, what's saying for? Oh, that's down 1. That one is now. Oh, that one has always been an armor move, is it? No, that one is not an armor move. That one has been war bounce move. So now it has a follow up. Down 1 follow up into something else, huh? Giving Yoshimitsu 4-4-2. The crazy shit, Side step. Oh, wait, what the? Okay, wait. What is that? What is that? Why is Jin so pissed? Look at this. Oh. Why is Jin so pissed? Real shit? Jin literally says real shit. I sleep real shit. God, I mean, I love it. Fuck yeah. Hell sweep into this. So hell sweep now doesn't lead to full combo. Or I think that's like an optional thing. You know, it's something like Devil Jin's hell sweep. Because Devil Jin's hell sweep can either do a single hell sweep, knocks down, lead to a full combo. Not as damaging. Also, you have like hell sweep 4/4. You know, hell sweep 4 into 4, which is like a very damaging 2-hit hell sweep low. Very damaging, but doesn't lead to full combo and doesn't lead to good Oki situation. But it does make them force crouch after that. I don't know. That hell sweep is a little bit. It looks cool though, right? It looks pretty good. This one. Hell sweep into this. Yeah, maybe Jin is now Kazuya. Do you see how good the situation is? Back turn, lie down, face up. This is such a good situation for Jin, not gonna lie. If character were to hold back at this point and then Kazuya wakes up, Jin can literally do a CD1 for a full launch. Can't block, guaranteed. So yeah, this is a good situation, by the way. Maybe it's a buff for Jin, who knows? Block twin piston. 1/4. 1/4 into dive kick. So the 1/4 is now cancelable. 1/4 now does a knockdown, but does a spin instead. This spin into stance, into dive. It feels like currently Tekken 8 for me is like very stance cancel heavy game, you know what I mean? Because so far we've seen a lot of 3-1 stance cancel or 3-1 wave into something else, or like a move stance cancel into something else, right? 1/4 stance cancel, 3-1 stance cancel, right? I feel like even Kazuya has 3-1 stance cancel into CD3. That's Kazuya. Kazuya don't have any stance cancel moves, but now this game has. So I feel like this game is very stance cancel heavy. It feels like, to me anyway, so far, or at least from the trailer's perspective. This stage just still looks pretty fucking good, by the way. The reflection. Gosh, I love this stage so much. I never really pay attention to the stage as much, but man, now that I look back at it, it's a good looking map, not gonna lie. I feel my PC is gonna die from this, but all good. All good. Hopefully I can make the game looks like shit so that I can have better performance, you know, in the future. I don't know. Still gonna be a while before the game came out. Maybe I can get enough money to upgrade my big boy right here, maybe. Right, CD1. 1, 2, 4? Is that that's up 4? That's Devil Jin's up 4. So now Jin, I think this is just a confirmation that Devil Jin is not gonna be in the game anymore. This is the confirmation that Devil Jin will not be in Tekken 8 because of this. There's literally, I mean, it's like up 2 or some shit, but that flying shit. Oh, that's cool. And then this one, strength isn't everything. I mean, from Tekken 6 until Tekken 7, Jin has been saying, "Chikara koso wo subete." You know, strength is everything for the longest of time. Now it changed. You know, strength isn't everything. Make all stages into most basic shape. I hope they have that kind of mod. Potato mod. Devil Heihachi instead? Oh, dude, I don't think so. It doesn't fit the lore, because Heihachi has always been trying to get rid of the Devil Gene. That's why Heihachi wants to kill Kazuya and Jin, and also even Jinpachi in Tekken 5. So like the Iron Fist Grandpa has been trying to get rid of the Devil Jin for the longest time, and then making him become Devil Heihachi just doesn't make sense. I mean, lore-wise anyway. But maybe, who knows? They'll put out like, haha, I'm Devil Heihachi all along, you little shit. Let me hurry you to dead. One hell sweep into launch. the most illogical things they can do. True. But forward 4. 1 plus 2. 1 plus 2 heat smash. Heat dash. This bitch. This shit looks like Laser Rush, isn't it? It looks like Laser Rush. Laser Rush launched into some big shit. God damn! God damn! Dude, fuck! And you know what's even scarier? After that, it seems like you can do follow-up. It leads to a screw. The last hit. The bitch is like it's like doing Beyblade spin. That's a launch. You can do follow-up after that. Bitch is doing Beyblade spin. You can follow up after that. Oh my god. Okay, four stance cancel. The classic stuff. Heat bounce, heat smash. Bound. Yeah, see what I mean? So stance cancel heavy. 3-1. 3-1 stance. Into 3. That looks like. That looks like a new move. Wait, that looks like a new move just now. What is that, 3-1? No, doesn't look 3-1. Down for 1. Down for 3-1. This one. It looks like it could be Lydia's move. I don't know, that move reminds me of Lydia a lot more. Omen stance. Cancel into ooh! So good! Dude, they gave Jin Omen stance. Whee! Oh my god. That might make me play Jin. That might make me play Jin. 0 for 2. Yeah, Laser Rush. That leads to a screw now? It's a wall ender into... It used to be a wall ender in Tekken 7. This move. Laser Rush. Laser Rush 2-1-2, I think. The ender, yeah. The armor move in Tekken 7. They gave Jin quite a bunch of new things. That's a good angle, by the way. Damn. Damn, this looks good. Holy shit. Look at the fist. It's huge. You're gonna get punched. Yeah, sadly, again, Raychard is kind of sad. Sheesh! You're gonna get punched! I mean, I say weakest one because this is just the first trailer. I was hoping they're gonna add more, but they kept it. God, the render though, holy shit. Yeah, they really upped their game, did they? It's crazy. It's like a Tekken 4 to Tekken 5 situation, or like Tekken 2 to Tekken 3 situation. The jump, right? Like each installment of Tekken, like Tekken 1 to 2, you definitely see improvement. 2 to 3 improvement, 3 to 4. Like each and every installment of Tekken, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What? Yeah, you can see like a huge jump in terms of it's either in terms of gameplay or in terms of graphics, or even both in most cases. So it's kind of crazy. Here, let me tell you why I feel like Jin's rage art is so weak currently. Let me show you Kazuya's rage art.
Hello, I'm 48-year man from Somalia. Sorry for my bad England. I
Bang.
sold my wife for internet connection for play, Counter Strike. And I want to become the goodest player like you. I play with 400 ping on Brazil server and I am global elite too. PLS no copy pastrino my story.
No copy pastrino? Is there a new copy past? Hi, whatever. Welcome to. How you doing? Just looking at stuff. Where's Kazuya's rage art? Kazuya's rage art is fucking hard. Here, let me play full speed for you. It's full speed, right? Yeah. Is that Kazuya from Smash? I think it is. Like, look at Kazuya's rage art. God damn. And then there's more. You cannot tell me you gave Kazuya this big of a rage art, and then you give Jin this crap. One punch, two punch. You literally gave Jin one punch, two punch. I'm so upset. One punch. I give you 2 points for 2 punches. How about that? Yeah? It's so weak. I was expecting so much because of Kazuya's rage art. Like, I saw this rage art, and I was like, oh my god, they are going all in. They are going all in, baby. Baby. Baby! Holy shit! Fuck! Hanashi ni naranna. God, I'm a Kazuya main. I just hoping they'll get Heihachi back in the game somehow. They gave Jin the protagonist I'm cool, whatever, whack stuff I do treatment to Jin. It's kinda sad. They gave Jin a lot of stuff. Oh, whatever. Is this Omen stance in Tekken Tag 2? Because this is what I see, and it's like, oh my god. Jin literally did OTGF. Jin literally did Omen. Yeah, it's like Tekken Tag 2 Jin. Tekken Tag 2 Jin is back. They gave Jin Omen stance. I love it. At least so far. Okay, let's look at this again. So far, the trailer has been really good to Jin. The weakest part is the rage art. But other than the rage art, Jin is looking really good.
Omen? I thought he was a Killer Instinct character, serious sloth.
Yeah, oh, Omen. Oh, man. Hi, LDS. How are you doing? Welcome in. This bitch is crazy. Look at this. It leads to a combo. That one leads to a combo. I love it. Jin Omen stance, baby. It feels good. Also, I love how they give the electrics a big trail, a big wave for the electrics. I'm gonna spam the shit out of them. Jin's not bad. Jin's not bad. Just for the Omen stance alone, I feel like I like Jin a lot. Hi, McLunch. Any chance you give Raymond a try? Maybe, but not soon, I would say, because I think the next game I have in store, well, not in store, but the next game I want to try out, sorry, is Neo. And also there's Brock as well. Right, Brock. And then there's also Neo I want to try out. Maybe after that, I'll think about doing Raymond. Maybe. There's too many games I want to try. But yeah, I'll definitely keep that in mind. I like Poe's trailer the most. Is Poe good? Oh shit. Oh shit. Well, I have Paul here. I did try to avoid looking at any videos regarding the trailer for like days. Hope you're doing good, make lunch, and also all of you. Welcome in. Here comes Paul. So like I said, I'm not hoping for much with Paul. I mean, Paul is just Paul. Maybe Death Fist one did like 50% health. Maybe, I don't know. Do I want that? No, I don't. Do I feel like that's pretty hype? That's hype as fuck. His moves aren't as otherworldly as Jin or Kaz. Gives off the Tekken fight. True. Good as Tekken, yeah. Good as Tekken. Paul looks so good, yo. All right, let's watch. I'll go through it once, like as always. Right, go through it once. Not gonna pause, and then I'm gonna look at it deep. I'm gonna look deep into it. Right. The strongest in the universe, yeah.
Get ready for the next battle.
The narrator, please.
Tekken 8.
Oh damn!
Challenger.
Yeah. Damn that.
Phoenix.
Narrator, hello. Dude, Paul is so cheerful now. Oh yeah? Power Crush? The Paul is so cheerful now. Paul is like so charismatic. I love Paul. Oh, there's a huge demo man. The fuck is that? God break? Let's go. Balcony break? Oh shit. Oh, that now screws. Whoa, okay.
I'll show you. Strongest in the universe.
They brought it back. Strongest in the universe. They brought it back. Oh, it rips off the right. Oh, dude, Paul. Oh, dude, Paul is so hot. Oh my god, Paul is so hot. Wait, what? They made Paul so hot? Oh my god. And then Paul is now truly the Giga Chad. And then Paul, the narrator is like, Paul Phoenix. It's like, hello, please, no, wait. I have a clip for you. What clip? Yeah, truly. Oh no, he's hot. This is me right now. Right, this is me right now.
Oh no, he's hot.
Oh no, he's hot. That's truly me. Dude, they make Paul so charismatic. Paul said a little too much volume, to be honest. I don't know. I feel like it's the right amount of volume, I would say. Maybe. I mean, to me anyway. Dude, that render looks ridiculously good. Paul is hard. Also, they brought back strongest in the universe because Paul has been saying that he wants to be the strongest in the universe, and then it seems like they forgot about it. You know, in Tekken 7, Paul didn't say a single word about being the strongest in the universe. It's so sad. And then they brought it back. Yay! Strongest in the universe! Paul has found his inner peace like Shrek. They're both ogres with layers.
I'ma be honest, I was originally off-put by the announcer who does the trailers, but he's slowly growing on me solely for the hype you hear in his voice. Though, I do think he tried too hard.
Yeah, it's a little bit too hard, but who knows? Maybe the announcer will grow on me as well. You know, I don't think they're gonna change the announcer anytime soon, so I think it's like, yeah, I'll slowly get used to it. It's a little bit too much. Maybe they'll tone it down a little bit. Maybe, I hope. But I'm okay with the current narrator. Just not the biggest thing that I like in Tekken 8. Right? I would say that. But yeah, maybe it was slowly growing on me. Who knows? We never know. Bro, those eyebrows like fucking triangles. Is the announcer a she? I honestly have no idea. Does it sound like a she? This one? Yeah, dude, Paul is so charismatic. Holy shit, the Paul's facial expression is number one. Sound like a he to me. People keep saying Lenhard. We can go check it out a little bit. The announcer who introduced new audience to Tekken 8. How do you find an announcer based on first? Reacting to Tekken 8 announcer. Who are the announcers in Tekken? Robert Belgrade? Robert Belgrade is the announcer? You don't sound like that. Years active. I don't think so. Announcers in several entries of Tekken series. No, in Tekken 8, please. In Tekken. Oh, yes, oh my god, I hate it. Who is the voice actor? Oh my god. Oh, hey, there it is. Return Tekken franchise announcer in the Tekken 8. Ooh, hey, there it is. Really? That doesn't sound like... Franchise announcer in the Tekken 8 character review gameplay. No way. That sounds so different. I'll be shocked if she's legit the announcer. Yeah, me too. She is? That's her voice? This is her voice? Oh, dude. I disrespected her so much. I'm sorry. Sounds like a Japanese. Why is that getting auto-modded? Sounds like a Japanese man screaming in English. It feels like it, yeah. I know that phrase. No harm intended. Yeah, maybe. Why is it so unbelievable when me says it? Because I seriously didn't think the announcer and this face fits. I should be able to research her doing announcements for real fights. Sorry, Pinky, I didn't mean to disrespect you. But I just cannot believe it. Dude, that is Anna's voice. I cannot put Anna's voice and this. I cannot put both of those voices together. Like, to be completely honest. Have you heard what Anna sounds like? And this? It's such a big difference. Does she have examples on YouTube? We looked at some, but they sounded a bit different. Did they pitch change? Maybe. Are we sure she's not just acting for Nina? No, it's been said that returns to Tekken franchise as the announcer in Tekken 8 character review gameplay trailers. It's been confirmed. It's her. It's crazy. Oh my god. Holy... I'm sorry. I did not mean to disrespect her this much. But, man, this is very, very, very unexpected. Shit is fine, I think. I a bit recent.
Hello. Lenny Hart desu. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Please bear with me. Chonnun Lenny Hart 입니다.
Ooh, Korean.
Happy to be back for Xiaoming.
Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Oh my god. I hear it. I hear it. It's so there. My mind is blown. No, they didn't lower her voice. That's her voice. Do you hear that? That's her voice. That's her voice. They did not lower anything. I wouldn't say it's unaltered, but I don't think they lowered any pitch at all. I hear it. I totally hear it, 100%. That is insane.
Section 8. New challenger.
Dude, she's so goddamn good. Mad respect. I hear it. I hear it. It is totally her voice. I hear it. I so hear it. That is so insane. Oh my god, mad respect for her. This is the best. The smile. This is a huge demo man, by the way. So good to know God Break. Not good to know God Break is back. I'm afraid of God Breaks. Balcony Break looks really good. Even this is better than Jin.
Strongest in the universe.
So much impact. I'm in top condition. Oh my god, Paul! Holy shit! I love Paul. I love Paul. Okay, let's analyze this a little bit. I don't think there's much to say about Paul. I mean, it's just Paul, isn't it? Right? It's just Paul. Paul looks really good. Yeah, let's slow down the footage a little bit. 0.5. Mute this. Of course, you know it's Paul. Gonna fist the wall. There it is. Beautiful. Yeah, dude, that face. God. Oh no, he's hard. Dude, Paul is hard. Oh my god, I cannot believe. The next one, I mean, if this is a trailer that we're seeing right now, the next trailer is so gonna be Lost trailer. Also, I feel like coming with vehicle, Paul took Hwarang's intro. Then what is Hwarang's intro gonna be? This is literally just Hwarang's intro. You know, Hwarang has like a motorbike coming in, slows down, and do a hyper brake like this, sideways, and then Hwarang just looks down on you. That's his intro in Tekken 7. And then Paul is just like, I'm ready to fight, yeah! I have the best smile in the game. It's like, I love you, Paul! Plus frames, counter hit, death fist. Can you charge the death fist? It looks like a little charge there. This is death fist. But why does this death fist looks like... You see that? That's a bit of a charge, isn't it? Oh, sorry. Yeah, Paul shakes a little bit around here. Paul shakes a little bit. Looks like it can be charged. But that would be insane though if there's a charging Death Fist. I don't know how I feel about that. Maybe it's like Fakuram stuff. You know, in Tekken 7, Fakuram can actually charge attacks and then do a guard break. And if you're back against the wall, you would get wall splat with like 20% damage, I think. Yeah, it's very low damage, but it's like if you get a full charge on a wall splat, that's free wall combo for you. There's a huge Step Fist. Blood Dragon Tail, was saying 2. Looks like back 1-2. And then Devil Man. Yeah, there it is. Power Crush. Was saying 1-2. So now what? This was sending 1-2 into stance into this? Right? Like I said, this game is now very stance cancel heavy. Yeah, the back sway. Oosh! And the little electric on the floor. Dude! Paul is now emo? And Paul looks so good? Although, yes, I do miss Paul's very tall hair, right? I do miss that, don't get me wrong. But I'm digging this new design for Paul. I really do. Like, Paul can still look good with the old hairstyle, you know? God! maybe the game will give us like a choice, like, you know, in the presets and stuff, they get to choose like the legacy hair. The Paul's pillar hair has dysfunction now. No, I don't think they will not bring it back. Yeah, it's going to be a style that they choose. Yeah, definitely, like 100%. It's Paul. They're not gonna abandon the design. It's so good. Like, I'm pretty sure Paul fans are like Paul character loyalists, right? Paul character loyalists is gonna look at this. Some of them is gonna be like, that's not the Paul that I love, you know. Someone will go like that, and I can respect that. I understand that feeling. So I'm pretty sure there's gonna be like a style that let people choose. Like, oh, you want Paul's pillar hair? There you go. Don't worry about it. The style is still here, right? But I love this one. Like, not gonna lie, I would prefer this one over the pillar hair. I might get cancelled for saying this, but this is just how I feel about Paul currently. I think this hair fits Paul a lot somehow. It's beautiful, and it fits Paul's character right now. Paul is so cheerful, and I love Paul. Oh, sorry. Long hair that gets in the face is cool. Yeah, like emo hair. I kind of like it, but I personally don't like it. Like, I don't like it on me, but I like to look at it. Alright, hit smash, bound. 3-1, back sway, screw. 4-4-2-1, alright. That fist, smash, dash, hit dash. Big demo, man. Dude, that looks so goddamn good. That demo, man, I would do it all day. Fuck! Oh my god, this is so good. What is this? Is this like a guard break throw? Is that a throw now? Is that a throw? No, it just looks like a move that leads into. Is that punishment? That looks like a new mechanic, or it's just like a move that leads to another move. Yeah, this one. I'm very confused about this one. Maybe it's something like Lei Chabla. You know, Lei Chabla is like double tap 3, and then when the kick hits, just frame 4, even on block on hit, just frame 4. We do a follow up. Maybe it's something like that, but less strict. Maybe. Back 1. I know what this move is, but it looks really cool. I never played Paul, so I have no idea. Guard break though, balcony break. Balcony break looks really good. Guard break. The camera angle is so good now. Yeah. Isn't that the last 2 hit of the string? Back sway 1. This now screws? Now people can use this move because that move has always been looking so good in my opinion. Like this move. This. I never see anyone use this other than just cheese it out. But now they can put it into a very viable, looks like a very viable combo extender. That's a good render lighting. Would you number one? Oh my god. Oh my god, Paul. This is so good though. Rips off the... Ooh! Rips off the cloth just to punch you? Yeah, that's right. I'm Paul, bitch. Paul looks too good. Damn! Paul... God! Oh my god, Paul! I might main Paul in Tekken 8. Holy shit. So what, there's Kazuya that I want to main, and then there's Paul now. Jin's like, it's there, but the Ray chart doesn't make me want to play Jin because the Ray chart is the Ray chart looks a little bit lacking. But other than that, Jin's pretty good. Then Paul, oh my god, Paul is definitely in my second place of like the characters that I want to try out. Definitely. Man, Paul. God, the smile though. Woo. Woo. Yep, Paul is a solid number 2. Kazuya is solid number 1 in my book right now. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's Paul. Holy shit, Paul looking really good. God. Can I play Tekken 8 now? Is it possible for me to play Tekken 8 right now? I just want to play the game. I just want to... I don't want to wait. I want to play the game. I want to play Tekken 8. It looks so damn good. Oh, I want to play Tekken 8. No, I have to wait. I have to wait. There's no date. Or was there a date? I don't remember if there's date. Get hired to work at Tekken 8 playtester. Oh, I don't think I want to be a playtester, to be honest. Playtester is so scary. I wonder if there's like announcement date here. No, right? Yeah, it says coming soon. There's no release date yet. What is this angle? This is literally just a meme picture. Good, you have to repeat a ton of stuff to look up for weird stuff probably. Yeah, that's the thing. That's why people say playtester is like a fun job. I hard disagree on that one. Hi Roxas. Hard disagree because playtester is... No, just know what playtester does. It's so damning. You're just doing the same thing over and over again, and you're not playing the game, you're trying to analyze the game to a certain point that it just gets damning. I don't like that. I don't want it. Oh, look at that wag. That wag is electric to it. But yeah, Paul number 2, Kazuya number 1. I still cannot believe she's the announcer in the game. Probably it's like 50 plus, I don't know. The point that is function which may throw out a bug every few hundred tries. Yeah, that's the thing. You're trying to do the same thing the whole day for tens and thousands of times just to figure out if there's a bug or not. Or is there a way to glitch out the game or not, right? That's what playtester does. It's right, This is still so crazy to me. I hear it. I sincerely hear her voice in the announcer. Like if you didn't tell me this, let's watch again. If you didn't tell me about Lenhard, sorry if I butcher her name, like I would not know that the announcer is Lenhard. That's crazy.
ready for the next battle.
That range though.
Section 8. New challenger.
Insane.
Oh, Phoenix.
Announcers are her, by the way. My god, so good. Again, huge respect to the announcer. Huge respect. This stage just reminds me of like Mortal Kombat. that stage in the Coliseum. I'll kick your ass. This is so confusing to me. Got break. That looks really good.
I'll show you.
Oh,
Strongest in the universe.
oh, looks so good.
I'm in top condition.
I'm in top condition. You are, Paul. You are. Oh my god. Paul looks so good. I want to play Paul. I want to play Kaz. I want it. Give this game to me. Oh my god. Man. I'm Me hopes they can produce more Paul players. I'm definitely one. I've been converted. Like, looking at Kazuya trailer has converted me into Kazuya main, where I just do health sweep all day long in Tekken 7. And then there's this Paul, definitely one of the main that I want to play now. Yeah, it's already working. This is the most mind-blowing thing I ever heard today anyway. That is amazing. That is so amazing. I mean, honestly, huge respect. So good. And I think now is the time to go back to Okami, right? Okami. I watched the trailers. I'm so glad I watched them too. It's so good. Here, let me change the title real quick. At the same time, let me just upload the game as well. Who's playing Bloon? Wow, look who's playing Bloon. It's Roxisu. Haha, I'm ready. And then just change the category to Okami. HD. There, it's done. Also, I can't wait to play Neo, honestly. Like, once I'm finished with either Okami or Hollow Knight, the next game in my list is definitely Neo. I've seen some Neo trailer. The combat for Neo looks really cool, not gonna lie. And then Neo has my favorite weapon. My favorite weapon is like spear lance kind of weapon. I love them. Where's my game? Where's my game? It'd be cool for me, Saw. Yeah. Okay, so we're trying to bring Kushi to Orochi, but then what we saw last night was that Kushi got kidnapped by Orochi. So now we're trying to... Kushi's hero. Kushi's big heroine. Ion Stinky. I'm gonna avoid any fights for now. Also talk to this guy, very important. Also bite this guy, very important. Kushi, what are you doing? I heard a deafening peal of thunder from the village just now. Believe me, this is no night to be wandering about outside. Hello, Wolf. You're not taking Kushi for a walk, are you? Believe me, this is no. I mean, you should have seen Kushi even change the garment. This is like what? Usually white means bad, at least in the Chinese tradition. But I don't know if it's bad in Japanese tradition. But usually white means bad in Chinese tradition. It pretty much means that someone died, I think. Is it white or black? I don't remember. One of them. Alright, here is the worst character in the game. The worst character in the game. Randy with the sacrificial girl, right? Maybe remembers playing this like it was last month. Ooh. For very surface level, Search says spiritual purity. Oh. Waka sucks. I hate Waka. Like, Waka is trying to just break the barrier, not even trying to get in afterwards. Waka is just trying to break the barrier to let Orochi get Kushi. Guys, can I say something that I'm quite proud of a little bit? I know it's like very derail a little bit, but I didn't play Skyrim for the past 2 days. I've got out of the addiction. Like I can think of like I can think of some other stuff other than just thinking of Skyrim for the past few days. Yeah, it's not just like I want to play Skyrim for the whole day anymore. I'm in control again. Funny, right? But of course I still want to play Skyrim. Like, even if I have the chance to, I'll definitely play Skyrim. See? Waka just opened the barrier for Orochi to get out. Such a villain. Why you? Meaning? Like a moth to a flame. I'm not even gonna speak for Waka. Of course, only one other besides the victim is supposed to get in. I guess you really don't count, my little bouncing friend. It will be set up again, yeah. But were you not planning to enter the cave anyway, Masheri? Masheri? The hen. So I guess it has something to do with the moon, right? Maybe at some point I should just summon the moon. Au revoir. Amy cute. Amy cute. Yeah, also this part, it feels like Susanoo, even though afraid, still have heart in him. And I still hate this part. The game teaches me to do rejuvenation, and then the game is like, nope, you're not gonna use the Omigami's power now. Greatest warrior of the universe, strongest in the universe. Huh? Oh great, the stairways crumbled away. God unleashed is too big of a leap for you. We either have to find a way around, or we go our way. You know, our way, it's so obvious. It's that saying of mine, leap before you think. I know you take a little guts to do that now. Says you, Ishan. Amy, these are one of the options. I mean, it doesn't look like there's any other way around. And then, if you waste any more time here, poor little Kushi would get gobbled up. Oh yeah? Oh, I'm going back, little shit. How about that? Huh? How about that? Huh? What's wrong, Amy? Don't tell me you lost your nerve. Well, you better find it again, cause the exit's blocked now. There's only one way out. We gotta defeat that Orochi and save Kushi. Wait, no. You can tell me what to do. I told you there's no turning back now. The exit's been blocked by a barrier. There's only one way out now. No. You can't tell me what to do, bitch. Okay, fine. Okay. Going in. In love with the greatest sake brewer in the universe. Me only sees one barrier and it looks like Ishun. I know, right? It's not even the real barrier, it's just Ishun blocking me going back. Whoa. That was quite a fall. What have we gotten ourselves into this time? Well, now that we're down here, I hope we can sniff out Kushi's whereabouts for a ball. I'll be right there, Fluffy. What do you think you're doing? What business do you have at the Moon Cave? Stronghold of our master, the great Orochi. Over there. Oh, you! Never thought I would see your face here. I could spot you a mile away. You facing for a fight, you chumps? Well, we don't have time to mess around with a big players like you. But if you insist, then hurry up so I can cut you to shreds. Why, you're just a double wolf. Huh? Yeah, look at that foolish mug. You got to be the dumbest looking wolf I've ever seen. This is so good. And to stray so far into a place like this? You're not too bright, are ya, champ? I don't think Fluffy here is much of a threat. Let's not waste any more time here. Yeah, I wonder if Fluffy's just hungry. I wonder if Fluffy's just hungry. It's like the funniest shit ever. It's like, oh, are you hungry? What do you want, Fluffy? You're not thinking about going through the gate, are you? Well, think again. The area beyond this gate is no place for a mud like you. Now run off and play somewhere else. I wonder if Fluffy's just hungry. They're just like, get out! I wonder if he's just hungry. Don't come here! Are you hungry though? Boy oh boy, do you look out of it, mud. I kinda feel sorry for you. Makes me wanna feed you or something. Yeah, feed me something. Free money. The infinite money glitch. Infinite money glitch. Infinite money glitch. No lah, I already got enough money. What's with this though? Can I just like trace this? Oh. Wait, that happens when I just do that? Can I only do one? Oh. Just spraying on them. Calcified Cavern. You know, this is like bouncing the side in Sonic games. Gosh, I don't really play a lot of Sonic games, do I? I have no idea what that is. Hey, isn't this that babe Kushi sucking? There's still some left, but I'm not sure it'll be enough to take care of Orochi. Probably not. But at least Kushi's trying, not like you, Ishin. So I'm gonna assume the imps cannot look at Amy's true form? That's why they're just saying that Amy is just dumb old mud. When you finish an act, the sign comes down from above, you jump at it, it gives a few points. Similar to the show, but oh, I know. It's like the old Sonic Sonic 2, not 1, a Sonic 2, 3, and then Sonic and Knuckles, that game. Oh yeah, true, yeah, those things, yeah. Hi Foxy. New enemy. Hey, that's a nice pose. that's pretty cool. Oh, didn't mean to cut you, sorry. Hope you're doing good, Foxy. Destroyed. Mask? Oh. Imp's face covering, ready to be accepted as one of their own. Really? Hey, this is one of those masks those imps wear. But this one's so plain, no design on it on anything. Of course, any respectable artist can't resist a blank canvas. Oh no, am I gonna draw my own? I mean, you just want to paint something on it, you know? Hold on a second, Furball. I'm gonna spiff it out a little bit. Well, we're gonna go with the classic. Oh my god, this is the best game ever! This is the best game ever. Oh my god. Huh? It doesn't look half bad on you. No, it doesn't. It looks really good on you, Amy. In fact, you look better than your run-of-the-mill imp. Do you like it? Meow meow, but UUW mask? Oh, can I try again? Oh shit. I think the mouth is too sharp. No. Guess I'll just redo it. Give me a minute, would you? Oh, the middle one's not good. I shouldn't have added that on. Maybe it's good after all. I wanna. Oh yeah, I'm keeping this one. I can't. Oh, it's so good. Perfect. I'm doing fine-ish. Phantom Forces put me on the server full of sweats. Phantom Forces? I mean, I don't know what that is, but yeah. I mean, I assume full of sweats means full of tryhards. Better time soon, hopefully. True. Now you're talking. Bet you like it this time. Do you like it? Yeah! Ta-da! Now you're one mean-looking imp. But seriously, there's no time to fool around. Ooh, only an imp would get a kick out of wearing a mask like this. While we're screwing around here, that Orochi's gonna take poor little Kushi and I can't really think about it. What, am I not gonna wear it? I'm wearing it? Oh no. Ah, it's so good! It's so... Amy! Oh god, it's so good. I'm bad at shooter games except COB mobile. Well, if you're saying you're bad at shooter games, you have to look at me first. I don't even know how to play shooter games. Well, I know how, but I'm terrible at it. Like, very, very bad. So yeah. I mean, if you can play COD mobile, then that's already more than like way better than me already. Hello, better shoot. Hello, better shoot a game person. Where do I go? Do I go up? Just a little bit more. Thank you. Oh, I guess I'm not supposed to be here. Unless I can cut these. I cut something. What? Mirrors like shooting when it was slower, like ships or something? Yeah, that money is range. Infinite money range. Money's broken. Where do I even go? Let me just cut everything real quick. Can I cut this as well? No? No? Alright. Damn, that's a that's a waterproof paper. Waterproof paper. It's a nice waterproof paper. I mean, feels like I can go here. Oh. Fire? Oh, I cannot manipulate the fire. I just blow it out. Fair. Who, what, where? Oh shit, that's a bad ice, isn't it? Oh, that's a bad ice. Okay, let's not do that again. Good job. Thank you. Oh. Guess not. Maybe I cannot open it yet. I mean the fire. I mean fire melts ice. I can't even like blow the fire into the ice. They're just gone. Oh, am I back? No, right? Oh yeah, it's a new place. Okay, okay. Oh no, I'm back. I'm stupid. Hi. Huh? Yeah, they're not buying it. What are you doing here? Looking for intruders? No, they bought it. They bought it. No fucking way. There was this silly looking wolf. Oh my oh my god. You two don't deserve to be here. There's silly looking wolf a while back. But nothing else out of the ordinary. We got this place covered. Get back to your post now. Oh my post? What post? The sacrificial ceremony for the great Orochi is to be held today. Everyone's busy getting ready, there's no time to play around. What are you waiting for? Get in there and help! Oh. Okay, I'm on it. Huh? What? Come on, we're doing our job like we're supposed to. Still loitering about here? The great Orochi doesn't pull out his slackers. Okay, going, thank you. Thank you. I'm going in. To the moon, Amy. Oh. The achievement, sorry, I have to show this a little bit. The achievement picture is, I mean, it's very, very small, but the achievement picture is just a paper on Amy. A paper on Amy. So good. The best game, best game. Do I still have the paper on me? Yes, I do. Oh my god. Oh, that's a huge place. To kitchen? Ugh, what a foul stench. What the heck are they making in there?
Nobody ever suspects the UUW.
The UUW. UU.W. Yeah, they don't. Hi. Where's the appetizer? Lord Orochi always demands an appetizer before he dines on his human sacrifice. What's taking so long? It should have been ready by now. Lord Orochi is going to chew us up and spit us out if we don't hurry. What on earth are those darn cooks doing? Hey, don't ring the Epicurean bell yet. You're not supposed to ring it until the appetizer is ready. Lord Orochi will punish us if it's rung before that. Uh-oh. Where's the bell? I need to ring it. Wait, am I gonna get punished too? Am I getting punished by this? What? Oh, laser. Got him. Oh, are they cooking lizards? Oh my god, I hate them. Is that rank 11 on Roblox Phantom Forces? Good or bad? It's good because I know a new gun. Nice. Sake, destroy. Hi. Huh? This is a fine time for a chef to disappear. Last time I remember he was right in front of that big pot. Where could he be? Oh, did he go? Did he went inside the pot? Are we cooking the chef? Are we cooking the chef? I think we're cooking the chef. Oh god. What is it though? Yeah. Hi, is it delicious? Ah, hot stuff. Jimmy. Hey, sweetheart, yeah, you. Get me out of here before I end up well done. How do I get it? How did I get it? Oh, okay. Oh, that was a close one, darling. I'm the family's head chef for this kitchen, by the way. No need for formalities. You can just call me Ajimi. Hi, Ajimi. I was cooking with such tender loving care that I totally spaced out and almost cooked my own goose. Tender loving care? What an absolutely fabulous master you have there, sweetheart. Say, how would you like to be my assistant? Assistant? Oh no, I have to whip up a lip-smacking appetizer to whet Lord Orochi's appetite before the time comes for the human sacrifice course. Please, I'll make it worth your while. We didn't come here to help you, you see? Oh, how should I put it? Never mind that. It's just that I've run into a wee bit of a problem. I'm almost done, but alas, I've run out of my secret ingredients. I could finish off without them. But then I wouldn't be putting my heart into my beloved meal. Beloved? Well, I can relate to your obsession with detail. I mean, quality does suffer when we cut corners. True. All artists know that. Anyway, I'm in for a cake. That's fabulous news, sweetheart. There are 4 secret ingredients I'll need you to find. Now pay attention. All of them can be found somewhere in the moon cave. Okay, here goes. Ogre liver. Lips of ice. Eyeball of fire. Black demon horn. Got that? Okay then, I'm counting on you. Oh, silly man, I almost forgot. Here, take this key with you. The rest is up to you, darling. Thank you. Shotgun, harder than my starter shotgun. Can you swim the pot? Oh, let me try. I can. It doesn't hurt that much. Hi. Actually, I already knew that the chef fell into the pot, but that's okay. I'm sure it would have only enhanced the flavor. Anyway, we're counting on you to find the seasonings. Look, the locations are marked on your map. It should help you to locate them. Oh, oh my god! All this shit, there's so many... Dude, okay, wow, this game's huge. Alright, I'm going. Hi, are you the elevator operator? Huh? What do you want? I bet you want to trade jobs with me. Well, the answer is no. I've always wanted to operate this elevator, and now finally it's my turn. I couldn't wait to turn the crank. That makes the elevator move, you know. When the water bill recedes, I'm gonna raise and lower this elevator to my heart's content. Okay, I mean, glad you're enjoying this. I saw a door that I can open with this key. Yeah, this one. Hey. Cool. Watch your step. Watch where we're going, furball. What do you mean? Oh, okay. This one falls down, right? Damn, I have to combo it? Oh shit, this is kinda scary. I don't think there's a chest there, right? Unless there is. I might want to go back and check. Oh my god, the lamppost is a goddamn eye. I'm gonna bonk it. Wait, can I not bonk you? Check out this eyeball lantern, Amy. I don't trust the shifty eye thing. It's kinda freaking me out. I feel a whole lot better if we could make it shut somehow. Oh. Do we bomb it? Okay, let me try to go back. Because there's like a few places where I can go back. Like this one. Is there something here? Ah, there is something here, okay. Cool. And the shotgun alloy is model 870. 870? I never know about anything about guns, to be honest. To be fair, I'm living in Malaysia and I don't think... I mean, at least to me, right, I don't know anything about guns because Malaysia don't have anything to do with guns, I think. I mean, of course, I just don't really look into it. Me, personally. Guess I'm more into dragons, huh? How do we make it shut? The door's shut tight. And there's no keyhole or anything. How are we gonna open it? So we have to make this thing close its eyes, huh? Cut it? Oh, just cut it? Okay. Ah, violence, my number one solution. Is it just me or looks like there's something there? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna go back again. There's something there. There's something there. Unless there's nothing, then okay. Gonna go have a look. Oh! Sorry, Amy. Guess I have to jump from here. Oh, can I not step on it? I could have sworn there's something there. I guess I cannot step on it? Yeah, it just pushes me out. Okay, then I guess I cannot go there. My Roblox avatar is a fox dragon. But then it's Roblox, right? I have the same gripe towards Roblox and also Minecraft. I mean, sure, people can have like multiple like dragon-like characters in Minecraft, but it's just blocks to me. You know, it's very cube. It's just cubes. So I guess it doesn't really appeal me as much. Oh shit. I know Roblox is nothing like Minecraft, but my point is, they all look like cubes to me. I've seen Roblox. Your curiosity makes me notice how much of a difference experience with the creative platform makes. Yeah. Guess most of the time curiosity just gets the better of me. Most of the time. Oh hey! Fresh liver used as an ingredient in Orochi's appetizer. Got him. That's one. Okay, also my point is, I know when you said Roblox is nothing like Minecraft, I get that. Gameplay-wise, they are very different. Design-wise, however, they are like very, very similar. So I guess that's the Olga liver. Oh. Oh, it's behind. Okay, okay. This wasn't here before, isn't it? Yeah, this one's not here before. There. I just getting started with the blushy brushy wolf. Hey, Roland! Is that your first time? Is this your first time playing this game? Oh, you might want to avoid spoilers then. Enjoy White Intel Brush Toe Doggo game. Very, very nice. First time? Oh, avoid spoil. Don't look at me! Don't look at me. Play the game. I don't want you to get spoiled because of me. Also, hope you're doing good though, Roland. Liz says not to boop you. What? Roland's gonna be booped. Oh, I cannot believe it. Yes, no boop. Well, you cannot stop me, Rollins. I'm gonna boop you. I'm gonna boop you. You cannot stop me, but yeah. Oh my god. No, I'm booping it. I'm booping Rollins. When we play Roblox Frontline, I'm sure if you're not gonna think. No, you. I think you misunderstood me. I did say that gameplay-wise, they're entirely different. Design-wise, they are similar. Design-wise is the word. Breaks easily, so be careful. Careful now, Amy. Better tread lightly. Okay. So it cannot run. Controller wins. Imagine playing this game with keyboard. You cannot walk. But then I cannot get this ice, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, yep, that's bad. Am I supposed to fall down? Oh shit, okay, okay. I guess I'm supposed to fall down. I have to get this. P. P. That's what you mean? Huh? Looks pretty different to you? Q with P. I mean, this goes in an off-topic direction, but kind of like this. I'm curious how different can it be? Like how different can a game that's made with rectangular objects be? Right? That's what I think. Let's take a look. I'm not gonna judge too harshly here. I'm willing to be proven wrong sometimes. Yeah, let me mute the game. Oh, actually I don't. I'm just trying to look at the design. I can't believe this is Roblox.
You might not believe me when I tell you that this game that you're looking at right now, which you may have mistaken for, say, Call of Duty, is actually Roblox. I know. Now, I saw a recent viral tweet.
Is this Roblox? Well, damn. I'm willing to be proven wrong, but hell yeah, this is good. Gosh, why can...
There were going to be. But obviously what sets Frontlines apart from the other typical Roblox experience...
So this is also Roblox, isn't it? Have you watched the trailer and stuff yet? Yeah, I watched the Jin trailer and I watched the Paul trailer. And I'm now a Paul main. Paul looks super good. I'm now a Paul main. So people can now make something like... let me just go to my simping corner. People can make something like this in... I'm gonna see which one is like the most reasonable one. Let me try to find an anthropomorphic dragon. No, we have too much Monster Hunter in, in Dragon Simping Corner. Oh, I mean, Daylon is a good comparison. So you're telling me that Roblox is now capable of making this? Is it well, something like this? Not entirely like this, right? So now Roblox is possible to make something of a detailed something like this. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Because if it is, I have a very, very different view towards Roblox, and I think, yeah, that's good. If I can make something like this in Roblox, that's insane. Or maybe not saying this, or just 3D models in general. Can I put my own model into basically yes? Oh goddamn! Well, too bad I cannot see my own models here, but still, that's pretty good.
Is the visuals. If I hadn't told you what game you were watching, I would imagine most of you would have thought it was something like on the Unity engine or maybe the Unreal engine. But
Unity engine? No, Unity engine doesn't look like this. The lighting is different. DD, wow. You play Okami with controller or mouse? I play with controller. I think it's easier to play with controller. So I can import my model into Roblox. At least I would not look like, you know, let's say, Roblox. Because this is my impression of Roblox. This is Roblox. Alright? So I will not look like this. Oh shit! Oh yeah, this is what I get for searching for Roblox meme characters. The best. Oh yeah. Gonna hit the hay. Good night. All right. Good night, Foxy Foxy. The Capcom Spotlight. Oh, I haven't watched that. Oh. What are you gonna draw? What are you gonna draw? Oh no. What if I sparked within you? Oh. Oh well, shit. I haven't watched the Capcom Spotlight. What does the Capcom Spotlight has? Big Boy Dragon? And Dragon. Oh, I remember this. Uh-oh. Oh! Oh, now you can operate the elevator. You give the signal using a bamboo fountain. Don't you go opening the valve without the signal? I warn you, not Orochi doesn't suffer fools like me. Don't you realize we're just cogs in the machine? Now be a good little cog and stick to what you're supposed to do. Huh? Oh, I want to get that one though. There's a treasure. I have to get it. There's treasure. I have to get the treasure. Have I been here before? Also, can I just like use the bamboo? Oh, it just does nothing. Okay. Rollins, I want to look at what you've drawn. Oh shit. No. What hit me? Oh, the skulls. You feel that too? There's a wind blowing out from below. What if I cut this thing? I don't think I can go down there. How does it move without magic brush stuff? How is that bamboo supposed to be operated normally? Oh yeah. Do they have magic brush as well without me knowing? Oh. Okay, so I'm back here again. Uh-oh. Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection Street Fighter 6 Exo Primal. Oh, Exo Primal! I want to play that. Ghost Trick, Phantom Detective, Sunbreak announcement for big consoles, and RE4 announcement for the Capcom Spotlight. I think I'm only hyped for a little bit of Street Fighter 6 and Exo Primal. Sunbreak announcement for big consoles. So just console support for Sunbreak. I mean, maybe RE4 is like huge, but since I never really played much of a Resident Evil, so I have no idea. Hey, can you operate the elevator? Separate announcement also includes telling us there will be a 10 update 5 program in April? That's way earlier than I thought. Not that the water below has receded. I'm surprised to see how deep the shaft is. I feel all weak in the knees. The elevator will go crashing down to the bottom if I don't keep a firm grip of the crank here. So it better not disturb me. Got it? Well. Wow, you're holding that crank. Can you go up? No. Yeah, keep going down. It's okay. Don't worry. Yeah, don't worry about it. Where am I supposed to go? I'm like so down. Hi. I got the door here. Boy, I just love this job. It makes life worth living. I recently added a special mechanism to the door. Now it's really hard to open. The sight of people trying with all their might to open the door makes me laugh my head off. Well, which door are you talking about? I just went up, did I? Oh shit. Oh. Really? You just want me to cut all of them at once? P. P. Oh no, don't look at it! No, don't look at it! Don't look at when I play this game! Yeah, leave, go away! Don't get spoiled! Look away! Okay, I'll look at Telegram. I went to Twitter for a little bit. I saw people suiting up in public transport. That's like balls of steel. I don't even know how to do that. I'm terrified as fuck. Roland Scott. I cannot believe it. What am I looking at? Oh no! Oh no! I have to show it. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. I wonder if there's any spicy stuff in my Telegram. I forgot. I don't think there is anyway. I look so cursed. I mean, the fucking eyes. Oh shit. Oh crap, I'm scared. I'm scared. Thanks, Rollins. It is now my new profile picture. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, Exo Primal? Oh, thank you. I'm gonna watch this afterwards. You still haven't figured out how to get Fang from the kite boy? No. What do I do with the kite? No, don't tell me. I do. Why though? Why would you unfriend me if I used it? It's perfection. Perfection. No, don't unfriend me. I just need to line out like... That looks good enough. There we go. Here, let me talk to the imp real quick. Perfect is nice. Perfect is rice. Hey, I opened up your door. Why do you have to think about that? You didn't actually manage to open the door, did you? You gotta be kidding me. If they find out somebody opened it, I'll be fired. Well, too bad. Oh wait, Kite Boy. Kite. Kite. Kite, right? Oh, it's so this one. Kite. Oh. Kite. Oh, Kite. I see. Kite. What's with this ice statue? No wonder it's so chilly in here. Amy, this is not only chill, it's kind of a creepy feeling. I bet there are monsters nearby, better be careful. Oh. Oh my god, it's lips! I hate it! Why is it lips? What do I do with lips? No! Get out! Cut it! Cut it! Oh shit. Oh. No? There must be something to do against this. Ah! Bomb seems to work. Bomb it! Bomb it! You're too late! Time? Whoa, how fast am I supposed to do it? Oh! Nice. I think fire is good. Oh, Narix, dude. Look at this. It's my new imp. I'm now an imp. This is like the best work I've done yet. You don't W. I mean, it looks like it might take off at any moment. Oh, Constellation? I have fun designing the imp face too, it's so good. Burb. Just adding a few more, don't worry about it. Maybe in like one here, and one here. Just I did it. I'm so good. Ooh, that looks good. It's a fire burb. Moegami. Ah, Amaterasu, origin of all that is good and mother to us all. Sealed away by the dark forces, I have spent years in this cave. Time passed, but I was unable to make my way to freedom. But now your powers lifted the curse that plagued me. I, Moegami, God of Flames, lend you my fiery power. Burn a new source of light into the obscuring darkness. I somehow remember his name specifically. Moegami? Well, I remember Yomigami forever. And I was like, oh, you found Moegami. Wow, never expected to find a brush god here. We got a powerful ally just when we needed it. Moegami is the most fearsome of all the brush gods. Are you sure? How about Yomigami though? Its technique known as Inferno reduces almost anything to ashes. Wonder who should be our first victim. I know that ice over there. Listen up, Amy. Inferno is based off the power of fire. You're gonna place your brush on the source of fire and draw a line. The power of fire will surge into the line, creating an inferno. But action speaks louder than words. So it's just like this. Close but no cigar. Now all you need to do is just draw a line from the flames. Connect it to the ice this time. Flames to ice. I did it! What do you mean? That's one hard technique. Oh, hard. You'll probably only cinch a few scales off that Orochi, but you'll make crispy critters out of snakes underlings. Okay. Moegami. This is funny, just after seeing Paul Phoenix trailer, and then we have a Phoenix right here. Phoenix, oh my god, ow. I'm on fire. My butt's on fire. My butt. Oh, hi. Wee, it's been so long since anyone stopped by. I was worried the crank was going to rust from lack of use. Well, let's crank this thing on up. Wee! Oh, wait a minute. Bye-bye. There's something here, that's why. Stinky butt, you're a stinky butt. I don't want to teach you. I don't want to. That was fast. Let me look at it. Ask. Leave! Don't look! Close your eyes! Shield your eyes! Don't look! Oh, that one looks really good. I mean, at least... Oh, the second one looks really good! Oh my god! I miss looking at your drawings. I haven't been on Facebook for the longest time. I feel sad. Need to go to Facebook and look at Dragon Arts and your art and most people's arts and arts in general. I mean, I've been on Twitter most of the time lately, but then Twitter is a lot of like political debates and shit. It's weird. See, like this one is much better. I mean, not saying that this one is bad. This one is good on its own. Both have their own good. I can't use this one. This one holds a special place in my heart. Yeah. Here, let me just send you this. Whoa. There's a third one? Oh my god. Well, I'm gonna minimize those first. I'm gonna use this one. I guess I would like the third one, yeah. Infinity Stone. Huh, how do I get up? Hey, can you, like, get down from that? Whoa, did the weapon just... Oh my god, that's the coolest shit ever. Guys, I cannot... My right, it's gone. My right to... Oh, okay, good, thank you. Hey, you just teleported back, I appreciate you. Hey, can we go up again? Back for another ride? Well, let's crank this thing on up. Whee! Thank you. Here, let me do a little zoomies for you. Zoomies. Amy's doing the zoomie. Zoom the other way. Zoomies. Zoomies. This reflector very mildly irritated the heck out of me. Why? I think it's pretty cool. Well, to me anyway. Spin like a long... Ah! I see! I now know why it mildly... Oh, mama! Oh god! Well, Well, that Hey, can you go up again? But maybe this time do it a little bit faster. What if I bonk you though? Whoa, strong. I find a sword reflector. Is this one stronger? I don't know, it looks kinda cool. But I kinda like the last one as well. Looks very spiky. Spin like a llama. It's so funny. Alright, let me sleep for a little bit. If it's newer, it's stronger. Oh yeah, it is like a sort of a old game, right? Unless you use the ink bullet ability, the new ones are always stronger. Okay. Hey, thank you. Wow, That sure was exciting. You must be a pro. I mean, you didn't even hold on. Yeah, I didn't. I'm too stonk. Yeah, I never used ink bullet. I mean, I did use it once. Here, let's try it. Ink bullet. Ink bullet. Ink bullet. Oh. Touch the bomb. Thank you. All right. Ink bullet. Ink bullet. That's kind of cool. Whoa, that's a lot of money. Oh my god. I forgot to pee on them. I forgot to pee on them. Only in Okami would you say this phrase. I forgot to pee on them. It's so wrong. I got a second beat. Yeah, I got a second beat. I could try out beats. Here, you know what? Let's have this as sub and then main is this one. How about that? So that I can counter. Oh. Oh. Oh, I hate it. Oh, I don't like that lips. Chewy lips uses ink. Chewy lips? Don't say that! Ah! I don't care if the lip is chewy, don't say that. I'm big. Alright, I got 2, right? Oh. 3rd floor and 4th floor? Hey, I wanna go up. What a thrilling ride! I'm hooked on this job now. Cool. But you don't want to go up? Or am I at... I'm at the 1st floor. Third one on TG. Who is ever to go up? Nobody. No. People use elevator to go up. What do you mean nobody? Ah, sorry. Telegram's here, right? What? Perfection. Perfection. This is this is as cursed as let me find that one. Oh my god, I love it. Oh, where is it? It kind of reminds me of this one. CB Lanjiao. This one is done by Brian, I think. Yeah, done by Juicy. Sorry, not Brian, it's Juicy. Yeah, Juicy. On Twitter. I remember I was playing badminton with him and it's like we were memeing around and then he drew this. It's like, oh my god, what am I looking at? And then now I have this. Dude, I look muscular as heck. Oh my god. I look so stonk. I'm using this one. It's so good. Wait. Oh, I can react. Look at that. Oh, is that new? Oh, that's hard, bro. Oh yeah. Thanks, bro. No, don't unfriend. Be my friend, please, Uwu. I need friend. I can't. Like this is very normal. Yeah. Oh, maybe I should put it into the folder of like showcasing arts. I can't. I'm tearing up. Oh my god. Let me drink. Let me drink. Thank you, Roland. These are some really good ass arts. Me likey. Here, let me wait. Here, let me give you this. Toot. Thank you, Roland. I'm closing Telegram for now. I'll try to not open up too many things at once. Oh, he's the cursed. It's not a bad curse, to be honest. Oh no, spider! Whoa! Oh shit! Oh, the lower it get, the more lower it gets. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh no, spoiler! Don't look. Don't look. Illegal. I'm gonna try something. Can I like jump this way? But oh, okay. There we go. First try, easy. No melt the ice? There's no fire around it, no. At least I didn't see it. Is it here? Okay, it is. Whoops. Who was it that broke this bridge again? Well, Amy, you're actually heavier than you look. That power of yours could easily handle a broken bridge. But why don't you think about going on the diet first? Hello, Ishun, you fuck! There it is. Finally, I can use Yomigami. I love Yomigami. I'm gonna walk slowly. I know I fixed it with divine power, but I'm sure it's still gonna break. The noodle brush, yeah. I love Yomigami. Like Yomigami. Look. Wait, do you show the can I look at the dragon? Can I look at the art of the dragon instead of you explaining what it does? Can I just look at the dragon? Like, can I please look at the dragon? It's not her. I'm sad now. I'm sad now. You think the divine brush will produce shoddy bridge work? Insulting. Yeah, I shouldn't have insulted. You know what? I trust Yomigami. Here, look at this. See? I trust Yomigami. Yomigami is amazing. Look at that. You have to see it from the concept art page. Oh, it will still break. It didn't break because it's Yomigami. Yomigami number 1. I like dragons. Alright, time to schmeck. Oh hey, do I just blow you out? I hate it. We have lips and now we have eyes. Uh oh. Uh oh. Hey, I'll take care of you first. Oh my god.
Dragon and R. 1 out of 1.
Bomb it, bomb it, bomb it, bomb it! Dragon NR 1 out of 1. Dragon number 1. Ugh! Succulent eye. Succulent eye? What is wrong with you? Succulent eye, I cannot believe it. Succulent. No, don't join in. Hey, it's a key. There's no fire here though. Unless... Oh. What? I thought it was Big Brain. Oh, let's go. Now it's more Big Brain chance. Was that Big Brain? That's cheating? Am I not supposed to do this? I'll take it. Let's go, easy game. You did this? Hey yo, let's go. How about the last one? Oh, the last one doesn't load in because I'm too far. Oh my god, let's go! Yeah! It's mine now. Thank you. Yo, oh cheated! Okay, what am I supposed to do here then? So I assume I need fire for this. Yeah, I need fire for this. But the fire outside doesn't really... Yeah, I need to light out the ball. I get that much. Is there like a nearby fire around here? Because the fire outside cannot light it up. Or maybe I need to like do something first. Where's the ball, you think? The ball is made of fire, it feels like. Well, it's not really made of fire, but I need fire to light it up. But I need fire around here. Unless I can blow it down? No, come on. It's not. Push it. Is bomb not fire? How does one make fire with lighter? Fire plus oxygen. With drag. It's technically correct. Thank you. Thank you for not making fun of me. Yeah, I mean, there's Inferno, but I need fire for it. Do I just bloom it? It's circular. There's no fire around here. Maybe I need to do something for it to be lighted up? Well, like, quest-wise, it's not like I have power to make it on fire. Oh shit! That was Orochi, no doubt. Sounds like he's hungry or something. Oh no, maybe he couldn't wait for his appetizer. He hasn't eaten pork kushi first, has he? Well. That's on you. It's on you, Ishin. Because you keep talking over me. And when you're talking, I cannot do anything. Oh. Scout dunes, don't play with the ball. What's with all the sand crumbling off the ceiling? Amy, we better be extra careful around here. You mean don't play with the ball? How's it even work? Huh? I thought I saw a path for a second when the slam flew by. Why am I teleported here? Why am I teleported here? Guess not. Yeet into abyss. Hey, can you show me the path again? I mean, I wasn't seeing things, was I? Oh, you want win? Oh, it's a straight line, okay. Oh, this is so bad. Can you please blow it that way? Oh my god, Amy. I swear to God. Oh my god, this is so terrible. This is the worst shit ever. Yeah, at least you have checkpoints. Thanks. Alright, you go down. Fuck. Who designed this? Clover Studios AO. Clover Studios, I swear to God, you can make better things than this. Take it very fucking slow, aim properly. Alright, aim properly. Bonk. Okay, aim slowly, slowly, slowly. Aim perfectly. Bonk. Oh hey, there's something there. Clover in sand? Sure. Please don't fall now, I swear to God. Can you get through that? Damn, no gravity? Cool. Now that's what I'd like to see, no gravity. Oh! Aduh mak, please lah, ayo. Apa kamu buat nih? Kenapa? Thank you. Oh, there it is.
This is how you make fire with balls. Yes.
I got it. I didn't cheat. I totally did not cheat at all. I used the power. I used the flame inside. It's okay, we don't have to backtrack to that room. True. I mean, I totally did not cheat at all. It was intended. Speedrun strat. Ah, hi! Let me steal your stuff real quick. Here for a snack or something during your break? Well, take your pick. Just don't try to stiff me. Sure. Or you sell a lot of stuff. I need money. For what? I don't know. But I need money. Oh, it just sells for 5,000. Yeah. This one sells for 1,000. I'll take it. Nice. Thanks for the money. Incense burner. Burner specially designed to release only the purest aroma. Thanks for the money. Coming to see you unlock the super brushes. Super brushes? Ooh. Can I cut these rocks? Oh! Rocks have cucumber and all then? Wow. Oh. Danger! Don't use the cannon, it's out of order. I wanna just do the opposite when I see a sign like this. God, I feel the same. Guess I should change my title to Issue the Fearless. You mean the Rebellious, huh? Here, just shoot the wall. Where, what, how did it shoot? Can I get in? No? Alright. It shoots nothing. It just shoots nothing. Huh. I'll go this way. You wanna explore the waterfall? Yeah. Isn't that some form of quick travel? You know, shooting yourself over a cannon. Oh. If you want to travel to afterlife, then yes, oh shit. Do I need to, like... It shoots nothing, but I can create something. Right? I mean, I can create something for it to suck it up, isn't it? Here, take that. Here, shoot this thing. Can you shoot this thing? Can you, like, perhaps shoot this thing? Do I just need to draw on you? Suck it up! Shoot it! Huh. It didn't really say where or what to shoot. Oh, that's a nice painting, by the way. Looks like a dragon. Just didn't time the shot properly? Foot painting? $90 degrees, maybe? Oh, there it is. It doesn't need to shoot anything to shoot anything. That's so sad, though. I want the satisfaction of looking at something shoots out. Something as simple as that. Butt painting. Oh. Oh! I didn't mean to do it. Try a second beat as a sub-weapon. If a brush can cut, a cannon can shoot nothing. I said as one of those is to see. Second beat as sub? Is it gonna shoot ice balls now? Huh, I don't see fire. There's no fire. Wait, there is fire. There is fire. Oh, but this one is too far. Oh wait, it's a rollable. But it's too high up. Can it just cut you down? No? Blow you down? Oh, nice. Oh. Oh yeah, it's on fire. Okay, okay. Oh, did I melt them? Nice. They refreeze if you don't collect the loot. Oh, no wonder lah. Okay, okay. Whoa. It's a shotgun? It's a shotgun. Hey. I kinda like the counter more. Ground to spice for Orochi's appetizer. I think that's 4 of them, right? Yeah, I think I got 4 of them. I like I don't really like the beads. I want counter. For the enemy with skulls, you can cut the skulls. Burning chest free light on Droxen was playthrough for the first time. You learn new things every day about the game, huh? Only on my channel will you see something like that happen. Although I'm kind of curious though, can you really lose in this game? I mean, I didn't even upgrade my health. And then I've been doing really well. It's crazy though. I only have like 4 health, but I have like how many ink brushes? 7 ink brushes. It's possible, but not so early. I thought I played for so long already. Is it still early? Holy shit. This is the final part of Act 1, I will cry. But we're going for Orochi! Isn't the Orochi like the arch nemesis or like the last enemy in this game? There's more? Damn. No? Holy shit, this game is insane. Oh, hey. Kutani pottery. Dish that is elegant in design and features beautiful etchings. So I guess I won't be done with this game anytime soon, huh? Golden Peach. Nice. Okay, burn it. Oh, that's how you're supposed to get it? I jumped down, dashed the other way, and got it. Well, skill problem, huh? Skill issue. all the cheaters. You also did that? What do we have here? You brought back more than one of the secret ingredients? Wow, you're good. I just knew you'd make the perfect assistant. It was nothing. Anyways, we're kinda in a hurry. Hehehe. With each secret ingredient I add, my love for Lord Orochi shall deepen. Okay, now I have all the secret ingredients. It's time to finish off my special dish. Feast your eyes on my fabulous skills, darling. With a true heart and tender, loving care, I shall prepare a symphony of demonic goodness. Am I gonna... Please don't play with that. Oh god. Ta-da! Introducing the crown jewel of appetizers, guaranteed to bring out maximum flavor in any main course. I give you my ultimate masterpiece, Dung Heap Slime Bucket Goulash. Dung Heap Slime Bucket Goulash. Cool beans. Dung Heap Slime Bucket Goulash. Now I don't think I want to eat that now. Dung Heap. Dung heap! I will cry. This shall make the main course kushi taste 1,000 times better. Well, we mustn't keep Lord Orochi waiting, sweetheart. Go to the Great Hall and ring the Epicurean bell. That shall herald the completion of my appetizer masterpiece. The sound of that melodious bell shall draw open the curtain on Lord Orochi's bloody feast. Cool. Oh, the face. Alright, gonna go ring the bell. Now all that's left is to ring the Epicurean bell in the Great Hall. Hurry! You know what will happen if we keep Lord Orochi waiting. There's something there, since when you're here. Hi. Boom. That's so much better. Do the Izuma drop. Alright, gonna go ring the bell. Is this not the bell? Did I got the wrong bell? The meal is ready, let the Epicurean bell ring out. Let it ring as many times as Lord Orochi has had. Ringing the bell is normally my job, but seeing how you've been just itching to ring it all this time, I'll let you do the honors. Put your wicked body and evil soul into it. Make it ring out with wild abandon. Okay. How many heads does Orochi has? 8? 1 2 3 4 5. There's only 5. Oh, it counts. Oh, okay, it counts the previous ones. Okay, that's huge. I love how we get to interact with the imps as well and see how they operate. It's kind of cool. Now, this is the scary part. If the meal does not please Lord Orochi, those cooks will get their goose cooked. It's tough being an underling. I didn't hit you. Do I go up now? Never seen you before. Not a bad mask. I like that pattern. Oh, thank you. Oh my god. Let's trade mask. No? Alright, fine. Be that way. Yeah, don't ever try to take my mask. I'll bite you and I'll cut you. Alright, that's my mask. Don't even try it. I worked hard for that mask. I worked hard. I drew the UWU dot. It even has a nose on it. Whew, that sure is stressful. I wish I hadn't seen Lord Orochi's throne room. There's something about that place just terrifies me. Sorry, pal, but would you mind taking this elevator to the throne room again? What? Are you insane? Oh, come on, please. I mean, I want to take a peek at Lord Orochi's throne room too. Come on, just this once. But we're just Lord Orochi's lowly underlings. Lord Orochi will surely gobble us if we barge in during dinner. You really want to see the throne room that bad? Really want to go? Getting eaten by Orochi doesn't sound too bad. What? What? I can see that you won't change your mind. I'll take you to the throne room if you want to go that bad. After all, I was born to operate this elevator. Thank you, Im. Appreciate that, Im. You the best, Im. Can we go down now? You'll see the throne room once you're over that slope ahead. But if you don't hurry, you better be ready to get gobbled up along with the appetizer over there. Go grab a peek at the throne room and then hightail it back here. Hi. Huh? Now there's a new face. Coming here shows great bravery. Want an offering for Lord Orochi? There's plenty here. Yeah. What do you have? That's no offering for Orochi. You lied to me. You lied to me, you little shit. There's no offering for Lord Orochi. Oh. We're rich. You don't want to cause a stir here. I'll do it, little shit. Offer reflected to the face. Oh, we're doing it. How big is this place? Oh, there it is. Susanoo has to go through all of these before he can take the Tsukuyomi out. That's insane. Amy, look over there. the mask. Oh, the mask. Oh god. The mask. Hey. Oh, there it is! Oh my god. Oh, it looks so good. Oh, oh wow, God of the heavens. 100 years have passed since you imprisoned me here. How is it you have come back after perishing and turning into stone? Oh, she looks so good! Oh my god! 100 years in cold, stony tomb. You reek of decay. I've heard enough. Bottoms up, big guy. That's kinda cute. Ayo? Ayo? We're just fighting it now? Okay. Okay, let me recognize what they're doing. Light, laser, water, Oh, water just does that? Okay, cool. Cool beans. Oh, wait, that's kinda cute. Is that mini Orochi? Oh my god. I guess I'm trying to fight them. And now I cannot use any power. And now I have water. I guess I'll stand on somewhere. See, look at this guy right here. He's playing with water. Oh my god, it's so cute. Orochi likes to play with water. This is the best game ever. Oh. Can see. Do I need to trigger water for this? I mean, it's fire. Oh. That's a bit of a problem, isn't it? That cheater has a barrier up. What are we gonna do now? Any bright ideas for a ball? Nope. Uh-oh. Run, Kushi, run! Where do you think she can run off to? Oh! Hold it right there, foul serpent!
Here comes Susanoo.
Here comes Susanoo. Oh shit! Susanoo! You came! I knew you'd come! Have no fear, Susanoo is here! Orochi and I have a score to settle. Ops? Long have I awaited your coming, O descendant of Nagi. Now we shall fulfill this burning desire which has consumed us. God, Orochi looks really good. Oh my god. I love Orochi. The descendants of Nagi have kept me imprisoned here for 100 years. Yet, it is that accursed bloodline which shall unleash my true power. A pact between Nagi's descendant and I, the great Orochi, shall deliver unto me dark powers beyond all comprehension. Let us seal the blood pact for all eternity. What the heck's Serpent Breath talking about? A blood pact with Susanoo will unleash Orochi's true power? Oh, he who seeks power, your first chance slipped through your grasp. But now the time has come for us to seal our eternal bond. Speak the words, I wish darkness upon the world. Utter that prayer to me and seal our blood pact. You too shall gain dark powers beyond all comprehension. I'll do it. I'll do it. Hell yeah. Anything for you, Orochi. You're the best. Oh, she's trying to tempt Susanoo. I bet the sneaky serpent was the one giving Pops those nightmares. Now utter the prayer. Let the words come from deep within. Recite the words of our blood pact. Do it, Susanoo. Do it. Oh, I shall. I am the descendant of Nagi. Behold, a Susanoo, the greatest warrior who ever lived. Hear me, vile serpent who would seek to harm helpless women. Your time is up. Feel the wrath of my trusty sword. Are you sure though? Oh shit! Foolish beast, did you really think you could deceive me? Damn, that's a cool ass wooden sword you have there. The only pact for me is the one that comes with my bloodline. If it's my fate to fall battling evil, then so be it. I seek help from neither god nor demon. The heroic bloodline of Nagi is all I require to slay you. Damn, Susanoo, holy shit! Uh-oh. Oh, what a waste. Glittering gold sake. Is that egg purification sake, Amy? Oh. Susanoo and Kushi made a miracle happen. What does that do? Had to work on magic, Amy. Oh shit. Oh hey, look, it's mini Orochi. Your stupid face doesn't scare us, you big worm. Quick, Amy, the sake. Shoot the egg purification sake right into Orochi's gaping mouth. Oh, okay. You want to shout? You want to shout? Are you shouting? Are you shouting? What the heck are you doing? Shoot the purification right into my butt is on fire. That's gaping, isn't it? Sweet. One down. It's working. Take that, you big worm. Keep it coming, Amy. Hey, it's a mini Orochi. Gaping. This is the best. Oh my god, look at Orochi, so adorable. I love. Oh my god. Orochi's just playing with water. With a water gun? With a water gun? Can I cut it? Oh, I can cut them in half, right? I guess I have to leave. There we go. Okay, 2 is awakened. Do you want to shout? I like them. They all have their own personality. Is that shouting? Nope, doesn't work. Let's try the other ones. Oh! There it is. Do I have to bloom this thing? What would I get? Oh, did I do it? Look! That's one down. One down? Don't stop there, let's get out of it. Oh, what? What? What do you mean there's one down? What have I been doing? Oh, I guess they need to drink multiple times for them to get drunk? Probably. Ah, okay, okay. Oh, hey. Drink up. Delicioso. I'm gonna shout. I'm gonna shout. Okay. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, it's air. It's air. Get up. Oh! I have to ring the bell? Eh? They have no color anymore. Oh, they're welding. Oh, they're welding. Can I still get them drunk? Yep. The worm's down! Looks like the bear is finally dissolved, and if that's the case, then you are free to finish Orochi off with your weapons and brush. Alright, that's one down. That's one godhood. Nice, 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 nice. Alright, take it slow, take it slow. Zoomies, zoomies. Nice, nice. You wanna shout? You wanna shout? Nice. Damn, feels like I'm doing good. Take it slow, one by one. That's 2 godhood. Nice. I recognize your move. Nope. Uh-oh. Oh, that's bad. Why is there flyers all around? Nice, 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 nice. Alright. Alright, good. No. Hey. Nice. Hey, whoa, that doesn't count. I'll take it. No, that counts. Did we do it? Oh, did we do it? Oh shit! Can I have more? The time has come? What? I did everything, Susanoo! You weren't even here! O sacred moon of the heavens, come forth and pierce this darkness! Bear witness to the beast's demise upon my trusty sword Tohen Boku! Did he say moon? Right, the legend says the moon was shining when Nagi slew Orochi. Let's go! Epico! Epico moment! Oh damn, that's a strong moon. Let's go, wooden sword! Get him! Oh shit! Oh, nice! Susanoo style blade of truth! Good! Will! Never! Give! I wanna... Oh shit. I wanna be cool. Is that the best you can do? Oh shit, Susanoo is in pain. I'll show you how a real man fights. Good! Okay, I'll just do straight lines. Will! I wish I can do like diagonal lines because that'll be so much cooler. Give! In! 2! Evil! And finish off by me. Oh shit. No, Fido, I don't need your help this time. Are you sure? Now for the ultimate in Susanoo style martial arts. Celestial Cleaver? Damn. Shit!
Susanoo wins.
Susanoo wins! Okay, Susanoo did the redemption arc, alright? Susanoo did the redemption arc. Didn't know it shows him taking damage? Yeah. Now see only on my channel you see some janky shit like this. Yeah, I completed Act 1, crazy. Hi Angelico. The only time he's useful, that last slash. I mean at least he tried to do it, you know. At least he admits that he got help, but the last slash is like, no, I don't need your help. Let me do this on my own. And I think that's a good redemption arc. I think that's good enough. Right? I think that's good enough. The way of the sword is all I know. Yet I have failed. For I unleashed that foul beast upon the world. I allowed evil to cloud my judgment. Who am I to claim the right to wield the sword now? Alas, there is no reason for me to live. Oh, Susanoo, why do you look so serious? Come on, laugh like you normally do. Looking like that is what makes monsters turn up. So come on, laugh. Laugh! Laugh like you do when you help me harvest the rice every year. Aww. Yeah, laugh it up, Susanoo, you got this. Okay, Susanoo is pretty cool. Susanoo is pretty cool. Yeah, yeah. Oh! There it is! The weapon! Tsumugari. Oh! Hold and release button for charge attacks with Orochi's glaive. Yeah, that's a standard sword. Finally! The 4 heroes did it! Susanoo, Kushi, Amy, Ishun. Uh-oh. And so it came to pass that 100 years after its first defeat, the dreadful Orochi succumbed to Amaterasu's and Susanoo's onslaught. As the foul breath left Orochi's twisted body, the curse... I don't like... I mean, sure, it's Orochi, but please don't say Orochi, foul breath, twisted body, and stuff like that. Orochi's cool, god damn it! Orochi's cool! I love Orochi! Oh, that's a nice art, oh my god. A powerful sword known as Tsumugari appeared. It was the reborn form of Tsukuyomi, which had been consumed by Orochi. Armed with this new blade, Amaterasu prepared for further adventure. At that moment, a mysterious evil force emerged from Orochi's corpse. Yeah, I saw that. It splitting off in all directions and flying off into the distant sky. At that time, no one had any inkling as to just what that force was. The truth is, the real calamity and chaos had yet to visit the world. But for the time being, Kamiki found itself enjoying a new era of peace. Our story, however, is far from over. In fact, it's just the beginning. That's right, Amy, we're just getting started. I mean, we can't let the great adventures simply end like that, Ishun. Okay, now give me one of those famous victory howls of yours. Cool. What Amy uses in MVC3 is all the endgame version. Oh, time and that's not bad. Now he can be cool like Susanoo. Oh. It's fucking Waka. I hate Waka. At last the time has come. The unseverable bonds between heaven and earth. Waka, the situation has grown urgent. You must return to the city at once. Toribian, Amaterasu, you may have slain Orochi this time, but do not assume it will be so easy the next. Fuck you, Waka! You suck! Hey, look at that. Beautiful. Good rank, good rank. It's not bad, I would say, for the first try. I cannot believe I survived with four health, though. I'm kind of surprised. I was like, okay, I'm probably gonna die a bunch of times because it's Orochi and they have like some mechanics that I need to go through, but they weren't so hard to dodge. Like, thankfully, their attacks are very, very telegraphed and I can really react to them. So, I got lucky, I can dodge them. And check out that starry sky. Starry sky. I know they're up there somewhere, my furry friend. Those constellations of the brush gods are just waiting to be found. Really? Oh, hey! Well, that must have been one of Tama's fireworks. Wonder if the villagers already found out that Orochi is dead. Oh, I know, it must be the festival. They just started the annual Kamiki festival. Oh yeah, time to party, furball. Take back to the village hurrying. Would you like to save the game? Of course. You know what? I'm saving a separate file because this one is the Orochi fight. I can always look at Orochi. The second file is Orochi file. All right. I still love Orochi. Hi. I felt it. I sensed it. The ancient monster disappearing with one final roar.
Party, let's
that
go.
man Susano
Divine
had a
party
relentless and
animal on the
mighty
loose.
drive within him. Animal on the loose. Divine party animal on the loose. Huh? I sense a new driving force for Susano now. Could it be love? Oh, you're right. You're curious about Susano's fortunes in love? Well, he should be back here in the village, but I don't sense him anywhere. Perhaps he and his special someone are talking in secret somewhere. You must not poke your nose in that affairs too much, my friend. True, true. You know, sometimes things are best to be left alone. Aha, there you are, pup. Can't deny it now, Nagi and his descendants really are special. Beating Orochi like that, it's amazing. The villagers have just started celebrating at the sacred deck. Yep, a peaceful village like this wouldn't be a bad place to settle. So, better get on your business, I guess. Yeah. The music. Whoa. 12k? Yeah, don't have much for sale. Poke nose in all that is Susano. It sounded wronger than intended. Yep. Are they in their house? I mean, I did say don't poke them. Let's destroy house. Yeah. I did save, right? It's okay. You know, I should save once more. And now I'll save at the... I'll save at the third file. The second file is Orochi. Health still drops because you were partying over... well, over half dead. Yeah, I almost died. I saw the health. It's like, oh god, I'm gonna die. Hi. Oh, it's you! Oh! Ah, you look like you're having fun, Wolf. Just chased some monsters off of your territory, have you? You know, the festival's a time to honor our sacred tree Konohana. Maybe the gods smile on us then lend you their strength. Yeah. Are you well, Wolf? Thanks to you, business is good. I'm enjoying a celebratory drink. Looking at the crescent moon reminds me of Kaguya. Do you know anything about her, Wolfie? Know anything about Kaguya? Is Kaguya... That's Sakuya, right? I don't know about Kaguya. How would I? I didn't think so. I'd be pretty amazed if you did. Can I talk to you again? What if I say yes I do? Oh, sure. How could a wolf understand what I'm saying? How ridiculous. Then why'd you even ask, Bamboo Brain? Whoa, whoa, it should, hey. Don't say Bamboo Brain. Now that's just insulting. Hey friend, where have you been? Did you hear about Susanoo and the Monster Man? Freaky, he used to do his best to avoid trouble. I'll drink a toast to him, to the brave warrior. Hey, it's a new king of hole digging, Snowy. I'm gonna be best friends with Hayabusa forever. After all, he did save my life. We're gonna dig up turnips like there's no tomorrow. Poor mom. Hayabusa! Hi. You defeated Orochi and saved the village. I'm sorry, I was too busy with my own duties to help you. Oh, relax. A dog's gonna do what a dog's gonna do, right? Who are you again? Ume! And obviously, I know it was you who slew the dreaded Orochi. That was quite a feat. Oh, shucks. We had a lot of help from Susanoo too, you know. No we don't, but still. Yeah, you can't catch me. Mushi's all fired out about that whole digging record again. Even Ume is no match for Hayabusa's whole digging skills. Oh, I guess I have my own challenges to face too. This might be the last time I play with Mushi. You know, I want to face new challenges. I want to see the world and become a real man just like Susanoo. But I'll never forget the time we spent fishing together, doggy. Susanoo killed 8 heads, one of those with no assistance. Now that I have to disagree. I'm gonna respectfully disagree. Fine. Hello, cute Kobo. What? Hello, Robican. Hi. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Home of Hayabusa, the greatest hole digger in Kamiki. This is Mushi's handwriting. Where's Hayabusa? I mean, I know where Hayabusa is. No, if his mama catches you snacking, she'll clobber you good. But it's just foob. I want foob. God, the music is so good. Why they're cooking this festival? Oh shit, you're right. Why they be cooking? No, they say they're at the sacred deck, right? But then again, I kinda want to look at Sakuya a little bit. Is it Sakuya or Kaguya? I don't remember. I don't know her name. I don't remember her name. Oh, hi. Hey there. Called the festival stand and thought you'd come play, huh? What do you think? Like my latest work of art? Nothing like seeing them up close. Don't get too close though. Get ready to be amazed, here I go. The brightest constellation in the sky, the fabulous duo spectacular. Uh-oh, I have to throw a bomb again? Oh my god! It's Susanoo! Ah, there you go, impressive, eh? Dude, Tama, that's amazing. There's some good stuff. I'll be firing off a whole bunch of magic tonight. Hold on to your hats, here I go. Oh, I get to look at it again. Nice. Amy's cute though, look at that. Cute doggo. With no markings too, because they cannot see my markings. Oh, they cannot see Amy's marking. Oh, hi. Oh, you are Sakuya. Okay. Great Mother Okami Amaterasu. I am filled with unbridled joy at your safe return. It will appear that the final chapter of Orochi has been written. The entire village is in your debt. Please accept their thanks. That said, What a splendid evening! Even I'm feeling a bit intoxicated by the festival spirit. All good, all good. Wow! Look, sis, the fireworks are awesome! Yeah, we're so lucky to see a display like this on our travels. I could just give up on traveling and stay here forever. Yeah, but we won't really stop traveling, will we? Where Kushi? I don't know. The statue of Nagi was erected to protect the village, you see. It's located even deeper than Shiranui's statue. They must really revere him. But still, wasn't there an even bigger statue of him around here? You're right. You're right. Wow, Sakuya even more beautiful than before. Of course, she looked really hot in that big... Oh my god, Asian. Nudge nudge wing wing. It's probably even cooler during the festival. Do I have to get in? Oh my god. What a joyous evening. I find myself simply intoxicated with the spirit of it all. Do I want to look at the statue again? Probably nothing there, right? I mean, nothing new anyway. Oh, I cannot draw. Okay. Guess I just swim, huh? Honestly, I always wanted to learn shamisen. Not really biwa. I think I like the how bright the shamisen sounds than biwa. I mean, if I get the chance to, that is. Learn it then do mango theme cover. I'll do Mizu first. Oh, hey, how did they even get in here? Oops, sorry. Yeah, Mizu is Summersen specific. Should I even get there? Yeah, you know what, why not? Hey, how you doing? The tree's so much cooler now. Oh, look at them. Oh, it's you again! I see you sniff me out once again, you little mutt. Well, I suppose, I should thank you. I may be the greatest swordsman ever in the descent and the descendant of Nagi, but this great deed would not have been possible without a follower. Why'd you become his follower? I commend your valor. Let's become brothers in arms. Brothers in arms? Don't be bashful. Let us pray before Nagi's statue. We're now inseparable brothers in arms. Yeah, Susanoo is just dumb. What an auspicious day, right, brother? Susanoo is trusty dog brother. Hey, Pops, this here's a wolf, not a dog. And this one's a name too, it's Amaterasu. Oh, you take good care of my brother, little bug. My good mutt here may have a pretty strange face, but still, you mustn't forget you are dealing with a highly revered deity. Wow. What did you just say? No need to worry, I'm protecting the peace here in Kamiki village. Behold, Tohen Boku! I now rechristened it Susanoo Blossom. With the spirit blade, I shall rend evil wherever it may be. Bet you wish you had one of those instead of that divine instrument. Susanoo can see? Wait, Susanoo knew all along? So we were able to see Amy's true form from the beginning? Shit! You again? You can't do anything without me? Listen up, you two. In the middle of something important with Kushi. You get my drift? Now scrap! Hey, Kushi. Oh, it's you, Snowy. And Ishun too. How brave you both were. Everyone here in the village is so grateful to you. We really can't thank you enough for bringing us peace at last. Oh, come on. Everyone plays their part in dangerous times like this. There's no need for us to go around thanking each other. Very well, Ishun, thank you. Now tell me, Snowy, are you really just an ordinary wolf? The broken mill suddenly fixed, spring water flying into the barrel. So many strange things has been happening since you came along, and you suddenly know how to put up a good fight too. Fight? What fight? Oh, you must mean the brawl with Orochi. Oh, hi Daddy. We played the original in my PS2 and loved it. Susanoo's art is hella great. Yeah. I cannot believe Susanoo actually did a good redemption. Like I thought Susanoo would just give up entirely, but no, Susanoo actually did a really good redemption arc, and I was like, hell yeah, more power to you, Susanoo. You were a piece, but in the end you were cool. In the end, Susanoo was cool, and then Susanoo knew that Amy's divine instrument and everything all along. That is unexpected. Also, I hope you're doing good, Daddy. And maybe you're kind of a god, here to keep the peace for us all. But I know you wouldn't want people to make a fuss, so I've been careful not to tell anyone too much about you. You can relax here in our village whenever you want, Snowy. Real thought he oh shit, and man he got game. Yeah, he got game towards the end. Oh, have you seen enough of the festival already? Mabu mabu. Boy, Amy just don't get it, do you? I think they want to be alone. No, I don't want to be. I don't want to make them be alone. I don't want they're doing. Hey, here's a very here's a banger of a gift I have for you too. Hey man, come on. Don't be shy. Take it. Don't be shy, take it. Alright. All good. Bye bye. Let them smooching time. The couple be smart with the divine stuff. One sees it, the other one puzzle it together. Yeah. Let them have smooching time. Yeah, I'll leave. I didn't expect to see them here, not gonna lie. Hi Taro. Good morning. Good morning to you, Taro. Hope you're doing good. Hope you have a good rest too. Since it's the morning. This game is huge. I played this game for like almost 20 hours and it's only Act 1 done. That tree is temporarily at least 8,000% cooler. Temporarily temporal, huh? I was surprised too. Right, I was surprised. For an old game, man, there's so much content. So much content, it's crazy. I was like, I thought Narix was joking. I thought Narix was like, oh, after you beat Orochi, there's more, and Orochi is like only just starting the game. It's like, nah, no way. The game is like Orochi big bad, but also very hot looking Orochi. And then once we kill Orochi, there's more. And I was like, I thought Narix is joking, but no, it's just the beginning. I was like, oh my god, oh my god. Game big, Orochi hard. That's why I save a separate file so that I can always look at Orochi whenever I want to. Yeah, I just got started, holy shit. Either you got lost if you just don't know what to do. Think about Act 2. Well, I'm gonna be here for a while, don't I? I have terrible sense of direction and everything. Which is why I don't play much Dead by Daylight. Hi. Are you gonna bonk me? I'm so happy my husband's dance went so well again this year. Now the spirit of Konohana, our sacred tree, along with the spirit of Orochi, can rest in peace. Cool. Oh, how wonderful. A truly joyous occasion. Susanoo defeated Orochi and saved Kushi. It was as if the legend of old had appeared right before our eyes. I had feared Susanoo would bring dishonor upon his heroic lineage. But when I saw him as he dashed out of this door and his armor to save Kushi, he sure was the splitting image of the great Nagi. How happy I was to see him like that. Of course, I never glimpsed Nagi in the flesh myself, but say, where did that Susanoo get to now? I was about to dance for Konohana instead of presenting the usual offering of egg purification sake. Anyway, it's all his fault. He squandered all the sacred sake. Hi. Fireworks! Fireworks! Beans! Who's that? Oh, oh, that's her. They're great fireworks, really great. Prettier than ever before this year. Man, that's nothing like a good festival. I used to go to festivals all the time back home. Oh, I wasn't thinking about my mommy or anything like that. Anyway, Amy, you can't keep slacking off like this. Can you even name all the brush techniques? So far you found 9. Let's see, there's Rejuvenation, Power Slash, Sunrise. Then there's a 3-part technique of the gods of Flora, you know, Bloom, Water Lily, and Vine, which only counts 1. And finally, there are Cherry Bomb, Water Sprout, Crescent, Galestorm, and Inferno. One of the other 4 brush gods are hiding. The remaining 4 brush techniques are the hardest to find. We've searched all for the cottage shrine already. Now that we've taken care of that Orochi and all, maybe it's time we headed out to the capital city. If there are more people, there could be more gods there. They honor the digging tradition, yeah. And the one who grows them. I remember for this, like Masanta, you pick the big bat, and then fuck, there's actually a bigger problem. Yeah, true. Like when I killed Orochi and then something just came out of Orochi's body, corpse. It's like, oh yeah, fuck, there's more. There's actually more. I didn't get you baited. So now we can head to city capital. Ume, let me bite that ass. Let me bite that ass. Why ass though? I have no idea. Why? Why only ass? Why only ass? See, I saved a separate file for Orochi. Because Orochi is hard. 18 hours for Act 1. It's insane. Game big. All in respawn for charge attack Oroshi's glaive. What kind of canine directs the cannons by the face in a friendly manner? I don't know. Well, that wraps up this year's Kamiki Festival. Sure hope they can have fun like this again next year. Well, Verbo, I think it's about time we headed to the capital. We gotta find those other 4 brush gods. Okay. But it's the best choice. I cannot argue with that. God damn it. But it's the best choice. Amaterasu, you have only just performed your duties, yet you plan to leave? My heart aches at the thought of our separation. Sakura, you didn't have to come all this way to say goodbye. Boy, you're pretty uptight for a tree spirit. But At the instant of Orochi's passing, I quite clearly saw a swirling black mist. In the confusion, I distinctly sensed an evil other than Orochi. I'm not sure what it could be. Is there someone else at work? Waka. Waka. Fucking Waka. Shinju has been restored. Of that, there is no doubt. But nature's tormented cries ring out in other parts of Nippon. Especially chilling are those emanating from the capital, in the Ryoshima coast beyond the bridge in Taka Pass. Well, we're planning on visiting that place anyway. The black essence born of Orochi's husk, it was moving towards the capital as well. I cannot say for sure exactly what that means. What I do know is that whatever has plunged this world into chaos has not yet finished toying with us. This ordeal is far from over. Is that it? No sage advice for us heroes? My apologies, little one. The challenges that you face on your journey will be many, but I know that though you will grow weary, you will prevail. The road you travel will be fraught with peril, but I pray that the fresh scent of flora will protect you. Amaterasu, Ishun, I wish you a safe and fruitful journey. Bye, Sakuya. It's so fucking a Waka. I fucking hate Waka. Waka is such ass character. Which is good though. Which means I am very immersed in this game, alright? A safe and fruitful journey? After what she said? Give me a break. But I always knew getting all the brush techniques won't be so easy. On to the capital. First stop, the city checkpoint at Taka Pass. Okay. Fruitful journey from her, huh? Truly fruitful, huh? Huh. Fruitful, huh? Yeah. Full brush got, yeah lah. Here, let's try this weapon out. Let's try this weapon out, right? Let's try this weapon out. Yeah. Damn, the camera shakes. So satisfying. Let's test the weapon. Bomb. I love the bomb. Bomb is too strong in this game. Oh my god! P. Get down. P. That looks good. Hey, let's go find Grams. Hey, Dojo Grams. Do you have some new technique you want to teach me? I'm sure you do have. Hey, Grams. 色即是空，空即是色。Hi. Have you come to play again, Wolf? I'm sad to say that nothing. What? Onigiri! How could you? Your power is certainly worth your respect. Oh yeah, how about this? How about this? How about this? Oh my god, I'm so terrible. Maybe small games will allow for primary and secondary abilities for the same weapon. It's kind of rare to have that, doesn't it? Oh, hey! Oh, hey, I already did it! I got debated. Fuck. Hi. Why are you like this? Oh my god, it's so hard to aim. Can you slow down? Hey there, Pooch. I was running about it, so it passed me by. But I just heard that Susanoo took an Orochi. That guy's really something, huh? Maybe there'll be less monsters getting in the way of in Shinshu now. Anyway, you haven't forgotten our little competition, have you? I've been practicing. I'm a whole lot faster than I was before. Anyway, can't chat, gotta fly. You're cheating. You're not faster, you're cheating. Oh shit. They're taking shortcuts? They're learning. They're learning. There we go. Whew. You call out with me again? You sure are fast, Pooch, a top sprinter. You got 2 victories under your belt now. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, that music's really good. Glaive Sub Weapon gives you the OTG move she has in MVC3. Airborne downward H? Oh my god, that's sick! Oh, that is... Oh my god, I want it! Oh damn! Oh fuck yeah! Holy shit! Oh, I want to try it out now. Or is it airborne cross-circle forward H? Oh my god, it is airborne down forward H. Let's go. Dude, oh my god, I love this game. Get cut, get cut. Whee! Whee! Oh, I can only charge for a little bit. I mean, charging would not be... What? Oh, so airborne is this. Grounded is the charge. Cross-circle forward charge. Oh, that's fun. Oh my god, that's good. I want to have 2 glaives now. Is it even possible to have 2 swords? Dude, the grounded one did so much damage as well. Next case is soon. Oh my god, yes, 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 yes. I want it. Although, where am I trying to go now? I'm trying to go to city capital. If city capital, Oh, there's one thing I want to do, kinda. I mean, since now I can control night and day, why don't we do the bounty for a little bit? I assume each night can only have 1 bounty. Here, let's do it. Let's go. Yeah, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, the glaive is so good. Oh shit. This game just got 10,000 times better. P. 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 Oh, did that die as well? Die by P? P. P. So funny to see you see this like MVC3 reference. Yeah, I mean, my knowledge of Okami is only in UMVC Street, so you have to excuse me. Sorry. Oh no, you don't. Oh, I forgot I don't counter anymore. That's so satisfying. Are they that rare? I thought they aren't that rare. But of course I could be entirely wrong, you know? P. P. I love how the P gives Demon Fang. It just gives me more incentive to use Taunt. Use the P. Oh. Thou shalt be slain and marked of your teeth by the power of P. P strong. P does damage as well. What P does is mental damage. Unless P is toxic. Isn't P... Oh, there are videos of people drinking P. Are they actually toxic or are they not toxic? I shouldn't be asking this, to be honest. I don't know. Oh, fuck. Oh, there it is. Akuso the interloper. Got him. Yeet. Got him. Oh yeah, I need to know this though. Hope you guys don't mind telling me this. Is it possible to have multiple bounty monsters come out in a single night? Or is it only one night, one bounty monster? Think so? So I guess it would be good to reset the night and morning. Never tested that? Guess it would be safe to just make it morning and night again. Just in case, right? Just in case. Then people are gonna be like, what the fuck, man? I just woke up and it's like... It's like night again, bitch! People just woke up and say, oh, time to sleep again. Did I reset the enemy? Didn't think so. It's been damn long time ago since I've done the bounties. Fair, fair, fair. I don't think anyone ever done the bounty. It's like a side quest, right? But I'm just curious what are they gonna give me. Like, these are not easy things to do. In terms of like chance. I cut the wrong thing. All good. Only appears specific scrolls. Figured. Source Kiuna? So find as many scrolls as I can, huh? That's fair, that's fair. Did it for a certain unlock. Your fall is carrying like the wind, Pooch. I'm gonna push up the golden feet of mine, so I'll come back soon. Okay. No more enemies. I think I killed all of them. Yeah, no more enemies. Then play in the morning. I have to listen to the music. If the scrolls doesn't respawn when I'm in the same map, that's a bit of a trouble. A bit of a problem, it feels like. I have to keep going back and forth. Maybe I should use the mermaid coin. You know what? I have 5 of them. Why not use them? It's in the dojo that has like 1 mermaid pool. Yeah, there it is. We can go to Kataka Pass? Yeah, why not? Durr. See, it's Bud again. Also, I remember this. Oh, you did. I'm not gonna do that. I hate it. I guess that's just dead, isn't it? Like, they're actually just dead. They're not here anymore. Yeah, they're not here anymore. Shit. I'm still a little bothered by this. Aren't they like human getting possessed? They're not actual demons, are they? I can go to the city checkpoint from here. I've been walking away here for months. I haven't bathed once. Oh my god, no wonder you look green. What I give to soak in the sanctuary hot spring? No! Oh god, go bath first. No wonder you look so green. I'm not even gonna bite you. Walk back through the gate. What, you want me to go to Sasa Sanctuary? Yeah, I've been there. I saved Chun, did the hot spring, saved the did the canine tracker. It's part of Act 1 that I have to go through because I have to save Chun before I can get more brush thing. Huh. Oh, hey. There. This is it! The treasure's revealed its hiding place. It wants to be found. Precious treasure, you want so much to meet me. What? I, the great Bingo, will soon set you free. What do you want, Pooch? You like dig as well, do you? I know, you could help me unearth the treasure. Oh no, is it gonna be Mr. Bamboo digging shit again? Oh no. Alright, okay, when the flippers swing wildly, that's where the treasure is. And so you need to dig it up. Okay, what do you say? It's quite simple, don't you think? I don't get it. It shows where. Show me, so we could take it to be perfect. The swings wildly, the business treasure goes. Then we need to dig it up. Yeah, I understand. I suppose you just have to see what the digging takes us. Let's get started. Oh, this minigame. Is it infamous? Alright, here we go. I'm just gonna bomb down here. Real quick. Don't walk that way. No, I'm trying to bloom this. Oh, I used too much. I think a bomb would clear up all good. Just use bombs. Please, you using the analog stick to throw bombs like the hardest shit ever, please. Thank you. Alright, just bomb it, gone. Oh, can you not jump? Can you not jump? Can I make you jump? Yeah, it only makes you run faster. Are you stuck here forever? Are you you little shit? No way. Bruh, I guess I cannot go too far down. How do I make this? I cannot make this gun, right? How you? I don't know how I did that. Okay, don't go there. I have to bomb this, right? Because I cannot cut this thing. Yeah, I cannot cut this thing. I have to bomb it. Oh, I can hit, okay. Well, that's way easier. Get up! Get up! Amy! Amy! Amy, please! Amy, get up! Amy? Amy? I jumped! Do you think I'm not jumping? Oh my god. There's no fucking way I jumped! Oh, I'm pissed. Guess you can just walk forward there. Aren't you trying to find the treasure? Oh wait, he's gonna get stuck again. This is like a bedrock. Can I like... This is... I read it. There's nothing that says I can jump. Please. There's nothing that says I can make them jump. I can blow them, yeah. Maybe I can blow them over without them dropping? Can I like... That's a huge map, by the way. Let me get that real quick. Okay. I guess we can keep going down, I guess. Yeah. Let's take care of this real quick. So this one, I cannot make them stuck below. Maybe you should go up. I think going up would be a much better idea. But he cannot go up though. How about you stay up here for a little bit then? What? Because he's just stuck here now. I cannot make him jump. I, however, can just explore around a little bit. Do I really want to make him go down? Alright, come back. Oh shit. Well, that was quick. Oh, I have to blow it. That sucks. Oh. You can stay down there for a little bit. Yeah, I like the mini game, painful but fun. Guess I have a very different opinion on this mini game. Okay. Guess you have to go back down now. Oh shit, I should have waited for the other one. Oh wait, it's Emblem Map. Yeah. You got a dig ability. Okay. The treasure? I've been searching for it for so long and now it's finally mine. But what is it? I don't know what we've gone and dug up to your pooch. Maybe there's something wrong with my pendulum. No, it looks like I just found something totally unexpected. It's you, your extraordinary gift for digging holes, pooch. Any treasure hunter would be lucky to have you on your side. That passion you have for digging holes is a pleasure to behold. Make sure you never lose that passion, won't you, pooch? If you promise me that, you can have this piece of junk. Oh my god, that's not junk. And I won't give up either. I'll be forever hunting treasure. Cool, I guess. I guess I really don't. I guess I really didn't like that mini game.
The Cutters are a notoriously unfriendly couple living in Taka Pass, later killed and portrayed by demons. On how close Amaterasu was to completing Chun's while looking for Chun. Eventually, the daughter neither of them will be outside. Would be in the yard being dragged to attack her by knocking a hole in their roof, Mrs. by destroying a patched-over area with a cherry bomb. They could be done by power slash cherry bomb, blinded with ink or knocked down with a headbutt. Went into the boundaries of their home before their defeat. One of them. It was revealed that they captured Chun and planned to eat her.
Chun, the daughter of the head sparrow can, after being drained to moonlight by knocking a hole in the roof, by destroying a patch-over area with a cherry bomb, they would change into their true form, Crow Tengu, if Amaterasu went to one boundaries of their home before they defeat one of them. Which one depend on how close Amaterasu was to completing Chun's rescue. Eventually, neither of them would be outside. Would be in the yard and attempt to attack her by using their weapon, Mrs. Carter, Cleaver, or Mr. Carter's cane. They could be stunned by power slash or cherry bomb, blinded with ink or knocked down with a headbutt. But they could not be properly defeated. It was revealed that they captured Chun and planned to eat her. They ate the original people, what's the point? Ah, okay. Reading spoiler? No, it's not. It's Cutter, isn't it? I already dealt with them. Why don't they queue? I don't know. I have to read this, right? There's this drawbridge I can... I'm pretty sure I can get back the... I can get down the drawbridge now. Were you here before? No, I'm not selling my Burger King. Alright, can you tell them to send down the drawbridge now? Hello Poochie, how you been? Look, the sacred flames of the Phoenix statues burned once more. On the night when that moon suddenly rose, I heard a roar from Shinshu Field, and the flames suddenly lit up again. Why do they keep going out and back on? Is it some ill omen? Anyway, now I can give the sign to lower the drawbridge. Still, I have nothing to look forward to back in the city. I mean, I'm not cut out to be a city guard. I really want to be an adventurer and do magnificent things. Signal it. I could fire a flaming arrow to signal them to lower the bridge. Do you want me to put fire on it?
Well, at least me can do the trivia without being a clumsy dumbass. The cutters are based on old couple of the Japanese tale Shita Kiri Suzume, though in the game, both of them were evil and wanted to eat Chun.
Might be a little bit dangerous, I think. Sorry. Oh, do I have to wait until you shoot it? There we go. Just the tip. I did just the tip. I have to wait for you to shoot. That's the problem. Oh, oops. Oh, I didn't mean to do that, huh? Sorry? What in the world? This is terrible. Nothing like this has ever happened before. My arrow suddenly burst into flames. Oh no. I just remember I have business to attend to back in the city. So, seeing how the bridge is breaking down and all, I better get back to my guarding job in the city. And I'm not just saying that only to disappear on some adventure. Yoichi, the greatest archer, would never dream such a sudden act. Well, goodbye and good luck. Thanks for the peaches. Hey, well, what happened? When did the drawbridge come down? Jeez, I missed the big moment when I was sleeping. I'm just thinking to make sure no suspicious characters slip by. Sure, okay. Spontaneous combustion. Hey, can you wake up? Oh, sorry, there's fire now. Sleeping on the clock, a dream. Yeah. God, a dream. I wish I can sleep more tomorrow. Nah, my boss would kill me. Ooh, it's so evil. Do night shift guard duty, sleep on clock, yes. If I'm doing guard duty, and if I sleep, I'll feel terrible. Like kill boss. Hey yo. No, don't kill boss. Boss is being very nice to me. Boss even let me do the job 2 days a week. So that I can do this. Kill with kindness. Oh, nice. Oh, forget everything just explode. It's gone now. I mean, if I don't sleep, I have nothing to do from midnight till 6 AM. Oh, are you... You're in night duty? Ooh. I mean, true lah. My former was 9 PM to 9 AM. Oh Jesus. Oh fuck. What's it good for your health? Oh, it's terrible for your health. That work time? Damn. 12 hours and also it's midnight time? Jesus. Yeah, that's just terrible. Four days work, 2 days rest. How about the 7th day? Hopefully not the full 5 or 6 or 7 days. What schedule is that? The weird schedule. Oh, we have 4-day work week, by the way. Did you bait? Are these horses? Oh, they are horses. Tesla. The turnover is so obscenely high. 2 shifts a day. 2 shifts a day instead of 3 overlapping ones. Oh my god, fuck. And 5 days a week, fucking still psych you to OT. What the fuck? That is actually fucked up. And make you feel bad when you don't. Oh no, the guilt trip as well. Jesus. And in a big city, you probably find the pace of city life pretty shocking, Amy, considering how you were stuck out in the boonies for 100 years. As for me, I can't wait to check out all the cute burbs. Oh my god, Ishun, I hate you. Where are the cute dragons? I need it. Ryoshima Coast. Oh. They always do. Then they say our generation doesn't want to work. That's just fucked. What the heck's going on? Oroshi's stupid curse stone spread all the way here? I mean, this is even past the city checkpoint. And besides, we already did away with that sneaky serpent. I can't believe the cursed zone hasn't gone away here. It must have been one strong curse for this wasteland to survive. Even after its maker croaked, still I wonder. It's not Orochi. Orochi is the good guy. Fucking Waka. Waka is the bad one here. Orochi is good because Orochi is hot. Come on, man. Bong Orochi? No. We need to bong Waka. Bong Waka. Waka's the worst. Orochi. Did I mention Orochi? Orochi. Orochi. And since it's security, your work start is when you're at post and not when you tap in. Oh fuck. Which means it's not just 12 hours, like 13 hours too. Yeah, that's just mighty fucked. Ankoku Temple Bell. Do not ring without reason. You saw the sign, Furbo. Don't mess with the bell, okay? I couldn't believe it. Daddy wants orgy. At travel time, fucking 15 hours a day just to work. Yeah. It's fucking shit, man. It's a lot. Working 15 hours a day. Must be a graveyard. See all those tombstones? Looks like they've been here forever. Yeah, nope, 60 hours just in 4 days, yeah. What the fucking hell, man? Oh shit. Atlas? Alright, you behave just like Biwa. The Biwa imp. Oh. It's less than more the fact they only have 9 hours personal time, and we just spend 7 times sleeping. Yeah. That's not even a bit of a personal time. Good luck finding the correct brush strokes. Guess I'll try. Oh. Huh. I sometimes wonder if the people who make these schedules forget they're dealing with humans. I mean, I'm sure they're aware, but they just don't care. Oh, sake? How am I doing this? I don't know. And then do I just bring it back there? What? Okay. Okay. I mean, I'll take it. The playing sounds like those math problem in Vision, like, if 6 people take 40 hours to do this task, how long do 10 take? Oh, it's this thing. I still don't have this. Huh. Hey, there it is. Look at that. I like this theme. Like, whenever I revive a Guardian sapling, the music is so good. Yay, Huggies, my silvery skills. Nah, I wanna pluck the silvery skills because they're shiny. I want it. I want the skills. They're shiny. Whoa, that Chris is out here. Now this is the Ryoshima coast I know and love. Actually, I really don't know it that well, but see that sunken ship? I don't remember ever seeing it there before. But anyway, Ryoshima coast is where you find the big city. Seian City is just a bit of a walk from here. You find almost anything you could imagine there. How about we mosey on over, furball? Okay. I'll smash you under my tail. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Wait. Yes. Huh? This is not even the city yet. Oh, are you guys saying that this act is terrible? Oh shit. Seeing how long Drox took for Act 1 to exit the same direction, maybe for Act 2? Maybe more, if it's like annoying. Oh, the music's good though. New Game Plus has stopped here. Oh, wait, there's a New Game Plus? I mean, I guess a New Game Plus is just like no new stuff. Oh, there it is. I was like, I'm already lost. Finish a new game on Plus on Wii. Oh, it's a new scroll. Hey, fight me. He's cutting this one. Then play to midway this act from New Game Plus for my PC. I play for 3.5 flip. But yeah, CTX is kinda oh no. If you guys say you know, I'm terrible when it comes to handling shitty stuff. I'm just afraid that I might get pissed at this game. I hope not. Like recently I feel like I get mad at games really easily. Oh, it's just a lot of running? Then I think okay. Okay. Uh-oh. Can you bomb it? The running is so fun though. That adds the time taken through. Flowers everywhere. Can you ever play a Muscle Righteous the right Amy? Probably. More Fox Who? Oh no. I'm out of mid. I'm out of mid in this bed. Try the bell again. I will. Just let me explore first. Oh, how inconvenient. The ancient Unkuku temple is at the top of the hill there. But the priestess in charge is always busy and never there. I'm afraid you have to waste a journey like me, Wolf. Unkuku temple head priestess practice monster subduing magic. So if there is any trouble in the city, they call for help. And there's been nothing but trouble in Seian City lately. I hope the priestess will be back before too long. I'm gonna look around the place. Hi. Oh my god, you look like... Are you naked? Why? Such a shame about the ship stranded out there on the rocks. I mean, it was so close to the port, but then it was attacked by that terrifying water Oh! Dragon spotted. Oh my god. Dragon? Oh yeah. People say that there's an invaluable treasure in it too, but the water dragon makes it too dangerous to sail these seas. Water dragon? Yeah. You should think twice about bathing here, you know. The water dragon wouldn't hesitate to snap out a wolf like you. What's this water dragon you keep talking about? You don't know about the water dragon? The huge dragon god rampaging about in the seas around here. It's supposed to be god of the sea, keeping peace in the oceans. But one day it just went crazy and started attacking people. All the ships bringing food to the city were sunk by it. The queen must have been beside herself. Apparently there's an invaluable treasure in the ship over there, but it's been left like that ever since the water dragon sunk it. Interested in the valuable treasure on the ship, are you? Apparently it was carrying a huge cargo of treasure. I heard about this weird mallet that makes you as small as a bug. Well, are we playing Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga now? You can get through gaps as small as the eye of a needle with it. I can't think one on Earth you could use it for it though. Looks like you were expecting some cash instead, eh? Anyway, you shouldn't be bathing here. The water dragon wouldn't hesitate to step on a wolf like you. I'm gonna bathe in it! Whee! Oh shit, I didn't actually mean to do this. Well, off we go. Me knows who's going to pray. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, speaking of Mon Han again, someone was model swapping everything. Recent CGV Hunter looks weird. Recent Kush Hunter. But it's a thing. Really? So I can be like like any monster hunter now? Like truly monster hunter? Model swapping for those, huh? Where's the water dragon? I'm going in. I'm going to find a water dragon. Oh my god, the sun is shining directly in my face. It's always this time the sun just shines directly in my face. Might be a bit too far. I mean, I already have Mount Hunter. I think that's very good enough for me. Oh. I'm here to find the. Can you go up? Can you go up? Uh-oh. Can you not go up from the guy no share? Oh. How dare teasing us with all the things and then didn't share it. Just screenshot and video only? Oh no, that's kinda sad. Oh, I cannot get up from there? What's the meaning of this then? What's this stairs that I cannot use? I can go find it if you want. But they didn't share the file, did they? Oh. What a sorry sight, but it was one sweet ship in its heyday. It could have been carrying lots of stuff on board. But how are we gonna get it without drowning? I don't know. Nope, yeah. How many people asked for the files? A few? I don't know if a few is enough for them to like share it. Oh shit. Although I sincerely wish they would share the files though, because I do want, you know, to be able to choose like which dragon I want to be during that time, you know, like a mood swing or some shit, you know. Like, oh, today I feel like I want to be a Malzeno, or like, oh, today I feel like I want to be a Kushala, because Kushala is very hard. Then it's like, oh, today I feel like I kind of want to be a Toasty. Wings don't move, it's okay. So long as I get to see their beautiful dragon, I think to me that's good enough. Yeah, Velkhana as well. The beautiful Velkhana. It's so bright. I'm surprised that my camera is still picking out my face though. Look too twing in your opinion. Yeah, I mean, yeah, true, right? Valstrax is quite twinky. But I love Valstrax. I mean, I loved all dragons in general. So far, there's only one dragon that I distinctly don't like. Yeah, there's only like one. The models for me look anorexic. Made it look anorexic? Really? That's kinda sad. I was thinking of streaming Mario Kart 8 someday. You know, now that I have a Switch. Now that I have a Switch. And then maybe if I buy Med Red, I can do it. I just need to figure out how to like share the screen into the PC. Shouldn't be too hard, I think. Overly thin dragon, something for a change. Overly thin dragon. Yeah, I can't think of any, honestly. Speaking of claws from earlier, Did I show you Baruki's claws? Not yet. I only seen Baruki's face. Looking good. Thunder? Why is there thunder? There, bomb everything. You are fire, right? Thunder. P. P. It's not cutting them. What do I have? Do I blow them? Oh, I blow them? Okay. Go see Discord nows. I didn't specify the colors, but the artist drew it as that, so I'll keep it. Oh! It's so hot. I feel so hot. Even though I have the air conditioner on, but I still feel hot because the sun is shining directly at my face. Not complaining though, but still. It's tan. Orochi. Orochi's great. Oh my god, yeah! Oh, that's a good looking claw. It fits with eye color. Can I show it? Is it okay if I show it? I think it's also rare to go to the ship early like that. Oh, am I supposed to be there? Sure. Can I? Why do I feel like I heard of the artist's name before? That's a really good looking claw, by the way. I wouldn't mind being under it. I'll be like, oh hey, that's a good looking claw. Can you put me under it? Sorry, just cobalt things. just cobalt things. That's a good looking claw, not gonna lie. Me likey. Me very likey. You can't, as you showed. Me watch just like dragon. Okay, don't wanna die. Yeah, that's a very reasonable fear. Squish you on the guns. Hey yo. Wait a minute. $105. What can I upgrade? Can I upgrade everything? Holding coins? Can I be more rich? But then it's hard for me to get more money than this, don't I? I could get more ink. There we go. I'm sorry for holding in calls like cat. I'll take it. Sorry, I'm just going out of control currently. Oh no. More pig. So many pig. I mean, at least I have a lot of like feedback seeds. I have a lot of seed feed. Seed feed? Feed seed? Feed seed feed? Yep. Fight me. Oh, it's not cutting them.
Feed Sieve D Bleed Beeb Feed.
I didn't even get to try. My reaction when I saw it is like, ooh, I destroyed blue. It looks amazing in blue. I think it looks heckin' amazing in blue as well. It looks great. Me love. Me like. Me very like. Oh. Oh! Yeah, blue is a cool color. I used to like blue. I used to think I used to love blue a lot. Like blue was my absolute favorite color. But now everything's changed. Blue is not my favorite color anymore. Pink and purple is. I have some nasty rumors from the city. Do you know anything about it? Apparently a mysterious disease is spreading. They say people are dropping like flies. I know, it's just gossip. There's probably no truth in it. So let's forget about that and get down to business, huh? Take a look and see if I got anything you've been sent for. Sure. Why do all of you sell the same thing? Oh, well, you sell this one. My pinky just changed color. That was quick. Nah, nothing to buy. Now, as much as I love the sword, I kinda love the color as well. Let's ring the bell. Yeah, it's not win. Bomb it. It's not bomb. Go in purple color. Yeah, going purple is pretty cool as well. I think gold and purple goes really well together. Me outside gym now, it's time to wait for people. You eat lunch. Huh? Now? Wait, what the book? 5:24, you eat lunch. No, that's dinner. That's dinner. Nah, Rix, that's dinner. Got sushi, oh my god. Oh, I also got sushi last night, I was so happy. I was like, I kind of lied to my parents a little bit. I was like, hey, I kind of want to go out, I kind of want to go and eat a little bit. And I was like, yeah, why not just go sushi? And I did go sushi. It's like, yeah. Same thing. Maybe if I go in. Music change. Dinner after gym. Dinner after gym. Wouldn't that mean that you are like eating a meal in a very short time twice? Oh, this music made me remember something. Remember a game. What's it called? It's a PS2 game as well. Crap. Wait, I have to find it. It's a Japanese game as well, and the game has two characters, like two main characters. One of them named Yoshitsune. One of them is like Benkei. Is it Genji? I think it's Genji in PS2. Yeah, it's Genji. Oh, this game is fucking good. Oh yeah, this game is great. This game is goddamn amazing. Yeah, oh my god, it's Genji. Ooh, this game is great. This game is heckin' amazing. Dude, I want to play this. I want to play Genji. Genji is great. Yeah, Genji is like those fixed camera angle samurai adventure, but also has a bit of a horror aspect to it. It's similar. The plot line is similar to Okami, you know, like Japanese and then cursed zone and stuff like that. You know, cursed enemies. But this one is more bloody. You're an ancient gamer, you know so much old cool stuff. I don't know if Genji... I mean, Genji is quite old, I think. But yeah, this game is great. It made me remember this game. In this game, you can... There's critical strikes. There's just like a huge critical strike against some... I don't know. It's just so satisfying. How old school do you want to get Diablos 1? I mean, just say Maple Story is good enough, lol. Maple Story beta tester. Or like Maple Story beta times. That's old school enough, right? Or do you want O2 Jam? Must Maple Story is newer than Diablos 1? Dota 1 no? Dota 1 is like quite new now. Now you're getting into games that are older than you? Oh shit. Or do you want Kuwait man? Kuwait? No. Early 1990 something? Oh. Yeah, that's quite old. I can't think of any game that's like older than that. Why is it shiny here? Oh, that's why. HOMM2? I don't know what HOMM2 is. I think the oldest game I played is the NES games, I guess. At least older than Maple Story. Heroes of Might and Magic 2. Oh, heard of it, never played it. Play some old games. I still enjoy NES games. NES games is fucking amazing. What do I do again? Do I cut this? I don't remember what to do with this. What do I do? Blow? Did we not blow? I don't remember. What else do I have? Bomb? I mean, bomb works against everything, I'd say. I guess Power Slash is not good against this guy. Or maybe I just attack it when it's like down. Yeah, just attack it when it's down. MSO during my secondary school. Oh wow. Wait, I played Maple Story during my primary school. I think I played when I was like 10. Even my whole family was playing it. My mom, my dad was playing Maple Story. It's like my dad is the highest level warrior ever. Back then, he trained at Sleepywood until he was like level 55. I was like, how the fuck? How do you even play Maple Story? When I get to level 20, I was like, yeah, I'm the best. My dad was level 55. It's like, what the fuck? were you playing Maple Story the whole day? It's like, I don't get it. And then there's also this Dragonica. Dragonica is also pretty old. I played during, yeah, pretty much when I was 10 or 11 as well. I just can't think where my Inaba could have gone. It's one of the dangers of keeping pets. Have you seen him, pup? Inaba? What is Inaba? Dragonica is pretty good. But then it's kind of sad because Dragonica has a lot of good dragons. A lot of good looking dragons. But they're all just boss characters. And I was so upset about it. P. Oh, hey. Oh, the floor is killing me. The tech versus Chimera is either reflect or disperse their water projectiles. Reflect their water projectiles, but when I hit them, they just leave the floor, leave the water on the floor. Oh, sorry, kitty. Oh yeah, they eat fish. They are kitty. Meow meows. Reflect or disperse? What's a disperse? I don't reflect, I have glaive on. Wait, what's that? I guess you can... Yeah, I guess I can just do this. It's fine. I could try and reflect the water. No, not block. That's not block, isn't it? They can block, but it's not really worth. Oh, Guhoniao. I heard this name in Onmyoji. Oh. Oh. Okay, definitely not cut. What's his strength? Umbrella Spirit? You're fighting Akinosom? Yeah. I didn't think Why stages now he parry? What? I've been parrying for a long time. The Izuma drop is the best move ever. Izuma drop. Cut me, cut me, cut me. Oh wait, I need to get them, let them fall down first. What? Please lah. What? Please lah. Whee! Got him. Hey man. Wee. Oh wait, umbrella. Can I blow them away? No. Can I bomb them? Probably not. What if I blow you away now? Nope. Oh, too early. Dude. Ink bullet? Ink bullet? I just screw 3 on them. Remember that Potemkin X isn't the best move ever debate, but still cool nonetheless. Oh, I cannot debate. I cannot compare with Potemkin. Potemkin is just whole on the whole another level. But then again, Potemkin is not in this game, so. I mean, imagine, imagine if Okami, Amy is doing Heavenly Potemkin Bastard, and I would cry. That would be the best crossover ever. Oh, black and white panda rabbit? Is there a hybrid of a rabbit and a panda? Oh my god. There's hybrids in this game? Whose persona is that? Wait, whose persona is that? A panda rabbit? That's Developer's rabbit? Oh my god! That's so cool. I can't see shit when the fucking wheel is on my face. We're on the screen. Whatever. Get cut. Ground cut tea. Amy used ground cut tea. Oh, it's a mermaid spring. Hey. More haunts. Straight to Seian City? I cannot go to Seian Still, right? At least not now, it feels like. I could go there and see. What if I grow? Nope. Oh my god, Sand City is so stinky right now? Oh god, okay. Let's get in. Oh. Huh? I thought the big city would be a happening place. What's up with this funky looking mist? It looks downright hazardous to your health. I wonder if people can actually live normal lives in this nasty stuff. Oh shit. Yay, city act? Oh my god. Can I bloom here? Give us some color. Muda, okay. Hi. Samurai Dundee. I wonder what Queen Himiko has been doing all this time. She's normally there for people, even as commoners. And until now, she's been able to protect Seiyan City from evil. I don't understand why she would suddenly shut herself away. Queen Himiko, onegai shimasu, please come to our rescue, tasukete kudasai. Oh man, this looks bad, Amy. No shit. Ugh. Oh, I can't even pull them out. Oh, hey. This is terrible. I need to deliver these letters without delay, but I'm in so much pain that I can barely stand up. The mist is thickened again today too. Oh, why does my body have to let me down today of all days? The mist does seem to make you feel sick and depressed. Ever heard anything like that before, Amy? Here, have a hole. Have a hole. Hi, you seem fine. Hello there, what? Why are you doing out in the mist like this? Are you Numo Wang? Now's hardly the time to be wandering around Seiyan, not since the mist arrived so suddenly. The cursed zone's appearance hasn't helped matters either. Queen Himiko's gone and shut herself up in her palace, and everyone else is hiding out inside their homes. Shouldn't it be the job of our leader to help us through this? Anyway, business is slow, to say the least. If you've been sent to do the shopping, then get it over with. Oh! Oh my god! I got it! Oh! You're the best. I got a new sword. Glayfoot's edge is divided into 7 parts. Grants ink bullet. I'm not saying my Burger King, no way. Grand ink bullet. Dude, that sword looks so good. Hi. Oh, this is terrible. The water dragon is causing so much trouble out in the sea. It's gotten to a point where I can't produce any goods to sell. Procure, sorry. There used to be tons of fish both in Ryoshima and here in the city, but the water dragon's antics have... Antics? Well, fuck you. Have scared them all away. The price of fresh fish has gone through the roof. What is it, Pooch? Been sent to do the shopping, have you? I don't have much for sale, but feel free to take a look. You want fish? Oh. Oh. What are these? Fishing rod combining the purity of snow and the spirit of work. Fishing rod especially augmented for marine fishing. Herbal medicine. A mixture of many medicines capable of curing any ailment. Oh. Charcoal? Made by burning wood at a high temperature. Yeah, perfect for drawing. Okay. I guess I can draw now? I can fish? Oh. No, I don't want to sell you my sushi and Burger King. You know, the giant salmon is sushi mentai because I love sushi mentai. And then there's Burger King. And someone uses junk too. This is fishing. Oh, they're all quest items? Oh. Oh yeah, I should use the gold dust. Not that. That's a weird looking. Why are you looking at me like that? But fishing more important. How many gold dust? 5. It's a key item. What does fishing unlock against Cyclone? I don't remember honestly. I have no idea. There's more. See, it goes through here. Nah, I'm not using the gold dust. I feel I'm now plenty strong enough. Twesa! I want Twesa. Yeah, Twesa. Fishing is the reward. Fishing, some game fishing is pretty fun. You get enough for all 15 weapons, I think. That's up to you. Fair. Oh, what's going on? I don't know what came over me. I had this incredible sudden pain. And now I'm stuck here like this and I can't move an inch. Edge. I have to put that timer in. You know, sometimes let people know that I have like ad revenue of 55%, 55% ad revenue going on. So there's gonna be a bunch of ad going on. You know. At least it helps me explain a little bit. I'm so used. Oh, if I don't get to work on the canal with the boss, we won't be able to get the water flowing again. Oh, what am I going to do? I knew it, Emmy. This is no ordinary mist. I mean, it's all over the city and won't go away. It's downright unnatural. It seems there are still some people who are unaffected. But who knows what will happen if this continues for a few more days? Bong. Wait a minute. So many hidden treasure. This fish is swarming with treasure. Oh my god. Oh, there it is. I just used one. Thank you. I'm a dog. I'm a dog. Very soon you unlock one of Amy's super. Oh, Amy has 2 supers. One is a slowdown. One is like fire, ice, lightning. I mean, I have fire. No, ice? No, I don't think I have ice yet. Lightning? Not yet. Slow? Keep out digging for water source. They dig in the canal here? Looks interesting, don't you think, Amy? I have fire. I have inferno. Remember Moegami? Ugh, I feel like my whole body's been choked by something. I've been feeling rough ever since the cursed zone appeared. Many are even worse off than me. Some have succumbed to illness. Oh, our poor city. What's happening to us? Bong. How dare you? Boy, you can be really nasty sometimes, Amy. Shut the fuck up. It's only because I bonked a woman. Firestorm, Blizzard, Thunderstorm? Yeah, so it's not Inferno? Can I just... Oh, don't answer this, but I know it's a spoiler. So Firestorm and Inferno is different. And curse that confounded water dragon. I'll curse you, don't curse my dragon. Causing such a commotion. How can the god of the sea be ruining a piece like this? Well, think about what you've done. I bet the dragon is to blame for the state of this canal too. No, I'll blame you. All that fuss has caused the lake to plug itself up. Mr. Carpenter Naguri. Hey, Amy, looks like there's trouble over here too. It seems the whole city is a complete mess. Hmm? Oh, did you come here for a drink of water, Wolf? I'm afraid it's completely dried out. This canal was a really important source of water for us. That's why I'm digging a hole to see if I can tap into it again. So many people are sick now that there's hardly anyone to help out. The fact I'm the only one left, one lowly carpenter. But I'm determined to not give up. You get quite fit doing my job. Now I can reap the benefits. I built almost everything you see here in Seiyan, you know. So, there's nothing I don't know about the place. Wanna know where the key to this water source lies? It lies in Lake Biwa's drain plug. You suddenly seem to listen well for a pooch. Maybe I should tell you about Lake Biwa's plug then. Sand City is floating in the middle of Lake Biwa. The water from it is what fills the canal around the city. But the water dragon antics has made the plug sealed up. No wonder the canal is dried up. And that's why we're in this sorry state now. I'm sure that the plug is located beneath this area. If I can dig my way into it, the water should come gushing out. It's pretty exciting, don't you think? If you think so, then maybe you could help me out. No. Oh, fuck. Oh, god damn it. Fine. Still, it doesn't matter what you are if you're willing to help. Now, let's carefully while I explain what you have to do. Lake Biwa is playing right below us. I'll concentrate all my efforts on finding it. All you need to do is use those claws and get digging. I'll use the hole you dig to get to the plug. And when I reach it, I'll give it a good whack and open it up. If no water comes out, you might need to give me a hand. So, do you understand what you have to do? It's the same thing. Okay. 3 minutes? Oh my god. So I guess I have to go to the left. Let's explore around a little bit. Oh, it's only going down, okay. Oh, you cannot go down here. Thanks. Oh, go the other way. I think we're here. This one is not bad because this one is just going down. I think what I hate most is that there's a chance of character being stuck. I think that's the worst thing ever. Oh. The compulsory digging minigame are easier. Oh, that's very good to know. Yeah, it does seem very easier because it's not going horizontally; it's going vertically. I think that's easier. Look, Wolf! Look at this wonderful water from Lake Biwa. Saiyan has had its fair share of hardships lately. The water dragon on the rampage, and that strange mage all over. But it matters not what trials present themselves to us. If we solve them one by one, we will emerge unscathed. I suppose my work here is done for now. Thanks, Wolf, you did a good job. Oh, thank you. Please don't shit on Water Dragon though, I hate you. So optional ones are harder. I think it's hard because it's hard because there's a chance of the character getting stuck. I think that's the worst thing ever. Yeah, Queen Himiko just saying, please, Queen Himiko. Yup. Shit. I've been doing too well lately, and I'm not the only one. There are sick people all across town. Some of them are so ill that they've taken to their beds. I'll be fine because I'm fit, but it's the weak folk I worry about. To make matters worse, the water dragons seem to have gone mad. It's causing all sorts of trouble out in the sea. It's only natural that everyone's feeling so uneasy. If only Queen Himiko would show her face. I know she must be busy praying, but the people will be so happy. I wonder what's going on with her. What do you want, doggy? Come to see Miss Rao, have you? Firestorm is easy to get. Fire Burst is the official name. Oh, okay. So I guess I can just create fire out of nowhere in the future. You can hear her give her sermons in the lecture hall up ahead. She's taking care of things while Queen Himiko's in the palace. With the cursed zone and the mysterious illness, life here in Seiyan is full of uncertainties at the moment. We're so lucky to have someone like Miss Rao to lead us. She's there for all of us, cats and dogs included. Thanks. Oi! Oi! Oh, fuck, okay. Hi. Masu. I was traveling the country to perfect my martial arts. But when I arrived in Seiyan, I suddenly started to feel ill. I heard rumors about the Queen Himiko's holy power was incredible. Surely this can't be her doing? This mist across the city is suspicious too, but I won't let it get to the better of me. Nothing gets better of me. I'm sure everything she can do. Though her level 3 is technically not related. I forgot what her level 3 looks like. Her forward dash is her run. Yeah, her back dash is a dodge. Not this charge. It's just a back dash. It's not this flashy. It's not this flashy. It's just a back dash. Ow! I've been under the weather for a while now. Lately the pain's so bad that I seize out when I'm out and about. Curses, I don't have time for this. Ow. Stop staring at me, mutt. No. There's no need for that. I love how there's no need for that. Why? There is no need. Ferry port. Oh. Guess ferry doesn't work anymore, huh? This is a huge place. Nice. All I see is money. Oh. Why is this here? Why the fuck is this here? Why? Wait. Why is this here? Why? No. I mean, yes, but no. You are a spring. How do they even know? Oh, is it the imps that they know? Is it the imp only the imp knows, I think. So oh my god. Oh, it's so good. Holy shit. Alright, cool. Oh my god, there's more. Oh, there's more. Wait, no way. It's all over. It's the newest trend? Oh no. I mean, looks good, not gonna lie. No one can resist a bit of a ooh W. Yeah, I'm so nervous all the time. See that cursed zone behind me there? It's sending out all kinds of evil. It's tough for being a guard at the time like this. I'll give anything to quit my job and get out of here. But that water dragon has been causing havoc in the sea. Have you guys think about maybe the water dragon is not causing havoc at the sea, but more like protecting you guys from something? That's why it seems like the water dragon's causing havoc. Do you guys know about that? Ever thought about that? Huh? Maybe the dragon is doing good for y'all, and then you guys just like, with the dragon bad. They even say that lots of boats has been sunk. So I've got the water dragon up front and the cursed zone behind. I just don't know where to turn. Is this a cursed zone? Oh, it is. Okay. Wow, must be tough. Holy shit, you're so close to it. You done someone with solo flare, whip them a few times with this. Oh, I remember now. Oh yeah, the spin, and then do the thunder edge. Okay, I remember now. It's like a big boy combo for Amy for level 3. That level 3 looks really good, by the way. The one animation isn't something she can do in the game, but it does relate to a weapon. Yeah. What the dragon is causing havoc? You don't know that. No, I'm sure you know that, but you don't know that. Dragon never do bad. How is that even possible? Dragon good. Dragon is always good. And the dragon doing bad? I can't believe it. No way. The city's big wings live across the bridge ahead. That area is crammed full of awesome palaces. One of them belongs to Queen Himiko, ruler of Nippon. You could tell because it's really huge. I have no idea what she's like, but I'm not sure I'll like her. I mean, she doesn't seem to be doing anything about this mist. Plus, I make it a point to never trust queens to the like anyway. Really? Really, Ishin? Really? I don't trust you. Like, even a little bit. Aristocratic? Oh. By the way, we looked it up. Switch version has sold over 600k units, but the number is from a few years ago. A few years ago, 600k units? You mean Okami? You mean this game? Oh, the bridge is out. Hi, nice weapon you got there. Oh, I love the weapon. Is that glaive? Benkei! Oh my god, I just thought about, I just said something about Benkei. No fucking way! No. I just thought about Genji and then the game has Benkei in it, and then in comes Benkei. Hi, Benkei. Hi, Benkei. Oh yeah. My butt hurts and I'm getting a little bit hungry. At last, the time is near. Benkei Benkei the fisherman monk shall lay claim to its 1,000 sword. Hi Benkei. Damn, nice nose you got there. Reminds me of Billy. I've traveled far and wide challenging master swordsmen. And 999 swords have I claimed by my own hand. But now that I have defeated all who would dare challenge me, that the last sword has eluded me, I need but one more to make 1,000. And thus, aimlessly I have wandered. That is, until a legend drew me to Seian City. It is said that a living sword lies in the depths of Lake Biwa. Oh, you want fishing? Have you heard the legend about Lake Biwa? Even I could barely believe it when I first heard, but they say a living sword swims freely about in these waters. If true, it would make a fitting addition to my 1,000th sword. This bridge is a very special contraption. With one command, I can make it passable, and another impossible. As you can see, it makes for a fine place to fish. It grieves me to cut off access to the city, but I'm afraid that this bridge shall stay this way while I fish for the living sword. Of course, that may be easier said than done. Why are you being an asshole? We need to get through the bridge. The bridge, no bitch. Sorry, I'm just getting a little bit hungry. This is no mere fishing trip for me. This is a true battle with the living sword. I must therefore arm myself with the right weapon. That fishing rod over there at the tool dealer in town would be perfect. Oh, you should see it. It is the purest of white, like new fallen snow. There's no chance of victory without that rod, unless it will appear that I cannot afford it. Oh, what am I to do? Huh? That's blinding snow, the rod from the tools dealer. Oh, quest item. With that fine rod, I would at least have a chance against the living sword. Now be a good doggy and give it here. No way. Bad doggy! Did you not hear me? I must obtain the 1,000th sword. Bitch! Bad doggy. This is in your stubborn refusal, you cur. Oh my god. I could catch the elusive living sword with blinding snow. Will you not offer me that fine rod? It is my only hope for obtaining my 1,000th sword. Okay, fuck, jeez, okay. He's not sure if he did this for the sword. Oh, he just wanted a new hobby. Can't be that hard to find a duel. I know, right? Oh, happy day! Fuck you! I never fished before. But it should not be much different from a good swords fight. Now, to catch that 1,000th sword, I shall engage in mortal combat with the elusive living sword. I've been holding my rod ever. You have no line! You have no fishing line, dumbass! Oh my god! He's yet to bite. But you know what they say, patience is virtue. I shall sit here as long as it takes. You don't have the line! I love this game sometimes. Oh my god. Me checked. Fishing gives whirlwind. Oh, you mean the... whirlwind? Huh? Wait, what? Huh? Oh, I don't know. No, I fished with the little kid, and then after I fished up Burger King, I got the night spell. Who the heck here is never gonna let us across at this rate? Have some of that angling magic of yours. Show me how you do it. Fish that living sword out of this lake. This is different fishing. Compulsory is moon brush. Oh, okay. Multi-shore is a handful. I wonder if there's really such a thing as a living sword anyway. I know, right? Jeez. I'm just gonna give other stuff like this one. Is this optional? But if I don't do it, I cannot get across the bridge. Okay, Amy, you got the basic idea, right? Draw a line from the tip to pull the fish. But don't let it get away. Okay. Yeah. Hi, Roxas. I think I hooked something. Go for it, hood head. Pull, pull. Don't let it get away. Got him. Yosh. I caught smelt. Yeah. You won't get away from me. Go, Benkei. Pull. Pull, Benkei, pull. Yosh! Got the fish! Gobi! I recognize this is Gobi because of the lips. The lips. Here comes the beacon. Gobi. Give it! Oh. What? When I can summon lily pad while I'm fishing? Okay. Go for it. Yosh! Yo! Cutlass fish, the living sword! Oh. It's a goddamn nickname! Oh my god, Benkei. The gods be praised! It should sound very helpful. I know, right? So helpful it's like Naviru. It's better than Paimon. Fucking almost there. What is it? Is it under the Paimon? What? Who's Paimon? At last I fulfill my dream! Fish, What about the Roxan's fish? So that is the living sword? This is why I've been pursuing all this time? Oh, don't take it so hard. I mean, that was one big catless fish. And the catless is kind of a sword, isn't it? Plus, what are the odds of catching the ocean fish in the lake? Spare me such solace. But enough about that, a monk never goes back on his word. I shall make this jigsaw bridge possible once more. Just like that. He just banged on the floor a few times. You bitch. I should show you Genshin fishing. I hate it so damn much. Is it that bad? It's mostly because Primal is annoying as fuck. Oh no. So it's like another kind of Naviru, huh? Another Naviru? I have come to realize how foolish my obsession with sword is. But fishing, now that's the most worthy pursuit. Oh, okay lah. Yeah, fishing is pretty nice. I did fish before in Borneo. Borneo rainforest. It's pretty fun. Whoa, stop, Amy. I thought this mist was coming from the lake or mountains. So what's this stuff rising from the Imperial Palace? Let's get going, Furball. Just turn on music like me. Oh no, it's a piece of shit. It's a piece of shit. No, kill Waka. Fucking kill Waka. No, I fucking hate Waka. Well, look what the cat dragged in, ma chérie au revoir. What took you so long, ma chérie? Not you again. Well, you can't fool us. We're not gonna forget what you did to us back in Orochi Cave. And why do you keep popping up whenever we are anyway? What are you up to this time? Excuse-moi, but I have no time to follow you around. Well, fuck you! You're following me around, you little bitch! You see, I'm busy looking for something again. You're just letting us look. You're just letting us look for it, little shit. Some prophet you are. Should you already know where to look? Well, maybe look isn't the right word. I already know where it is. It's just getting there is proving to be a bit of a problem. Suffice it to say, I want it quick and easy. Quick and easy? For a second. Don't tell me you're behind this funky mist. Is it part of the plan to conquer the city and take over the world? You're always up to no good, so I wouldn't be surprised. The world? Not bad, my little bouncing friend, you're only half wrong. I seek the other world. I desire a path to the heavens. Oh, the heavens will not even get you! Oh my god, you were trying to go to the heavens? The heavens will just turn you down. It's like, bitch, you stupid. Bruh. Get out of here, Waka. Fuck you. Stop stalking. I'm not even stalking. I genuinely hate Waka. A path to the heavens? Stop being around the bush and let us know what's on your mind. Hehehe. This path concerns you too, my sherry. Huh? Fucking cut you down. The city is quite in a bad state, is it not? Especially this ghastly mist that torments its people. You think we're stupid? We see right through you, pretty boy. We got you figured out. This funky mist is your so-called path to the heavens. You're in cahoots with Queen Himiko. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. So, just take it step by step. You must first deal with this mist. It is slowly but surely killing the people of the city. Wait too long and it's au revoir. The damage will already be done. Why you talking about it like it's someone else's problem? You're behind it all, admit it already. Even if I was, what good would come out of arguing about it here? Methinks you should be doing something about the mist now. How about a tip this time instead of a prophecy? Go through the hole in the wall, little ones. I need a hammer. I need a hammer. Let me put it this way. Even the most solid defense is a tiny gap like the eye of a needle. Or something like that. Understand, my sherry? Whoa! Whoa, Waka! Oh shit! This poison mist is quite dangerous. Wait too long and it's au revoir. The damage will already be done. Okay, I know. I love how I cannot hurt Waka. How about bombs? I mean, maybe he'll just disappear. Yep. Gosh, I'm actually getting kind of hungry. I wonder how much longer it'll be before my turn. This horrible choking mist is driving me crazy. I'm lucky if I can get any work done at all lately. I have to come and see Rao at least once a day to stay sane. Many buns? What do you mean many buns? Eat food, cooking stream? I don't know how to cook. Do you guys want to see me cook ramen? Like, not ramen, instant noodle? Cooking? No. No cooking stream. I'm in my room. I don't want to have fire hazard. Now you know why I say this be annoying. No, I just think Waka is annoying. Stream with phone. Oh my god, it's gonna be so shitty. Cold cooking, good idea. Oh, I mean, umai is one cold cooking method. I fucking hate Waka. I should probably go in there. Or try to go in there. It's already been 6 hours. Oh my god, time's actually kind of fast today. I was genuinely enjoying this game, and then the digging game bummed me out a little bit, but I still love the game. I still love the game a lot. Game's great. And the thing is that I hate Waka so much just means that I'm so immersed to the game. Very immersed. Land of the Gods? Scored down by Wandering Artist? It is that the holy realm called the Celestial Plane is situated in the heavens above Nippon, where we mere mortals dwell. This legend is ancient, and no one today knows of or speaks of it. However, I've been entrusted with the knowledge of this sacred place. One day I was visited by a man who wove for me a strange tale. He said unto me, the Celestial Plane has met its end. He related the horrors of this destruction to me at great length. His talk was unbelievable, but his eyes showed no reason of doubt. I only wish I had the fortitude to recount his harrowing tale here. I'm afraid my brush cannot bear the heavy burden of that sad fate. It seems that the Celestial Plane was destroyed long, long ago. The gods, spirits, rendered homeless, still inhabit the earth. I try not to think such thoughts when I gaze up into the sky. That's kinda scary. Wakatubo when? Never. How much effort would it actually take to create such an old and stylized model compared to your usual ones? I don't know, honestly. Something like this shouldn't be too hard. Since it's like very low poly, and also it's like very stylized. I have to follow the very thick outline kind of style though. So maybe that's the hard part? Well, who would have thought there'd be a wolf in here of all places? The world is in turmoil. Have you come to listen to one of my sermons, Wolf? Then allow me to introduce myself. My name is Rao. I'm a regent of Seian City, appointed by Queen Himiko herself. Wow, damn, look at that. Oh, Ishun is gonna say something about this. Priestess Rao. So what's troubling you then? Yeah, see? Excuse me? Oh, you got a cute little fairy with you. Name's Ishun, by the way. Oh my god, Ishun! Melons? Never mind. Anyway, so you're running things around here? Well, there's a funky mist covering the city. And there's a talk of a water dragon or something offshore. So what's up with the queen holding herself out of the place? The people of her city are dropping like flies, you know. How can she be so lazy at a time like this? So you sense the evil forces over Ryoshima too, then? I heard that dreaded Orochi was resurrected in Shinsu Field, though a brave swordsman vanquished him again. The ripples of those waves of chaos are reaching Ryoshima too. The water dragon terrorizes the sea and an ill mist covers Teian. And in these last few days, the situation has intensified. I don't know what's happening to our peaceful Nippon. She has something about waves of chaos growing stronger recently. A creepy shadow did scurry off when we defeated Orochi. Wonder if whatever it was took root here on Ryoshima coast. What are you muttering about, Ishun? Well, this would no doubt come as quite a shock, but the great slayer of the dreaded Orochi is right before your eyes. Behold the great Amaterasu! What? This wolf? But I heard it was a swordsman called Susano. Huh? Oh, well, he may have dealt the final blow, but Amy here did most of the work, I tell you. And if you don't believe me, Amy's gonna show you some divine powers right here, right now. Why would you want me to do that, Ishun? Why is this music? Why is the music? Oh my god! Why is the music? Why is the music moaning? I'm gonna get TOS'd. I'm gonna get TOS'd. What's with the music? Oh, you want some divine power, right? It's Ollie Taylor. Oh, hi. Welcome in. You're playing Voice of Cards, the Isle Dragon Roars? There's a dragon in the game? Hello everyone. Welcome in. How you doing? The Isle Dragon Roars though. Is it like a visual novel? Or something? Is it a game about dragons? I think so, I haven't found it yet. Oh! Also, welcome in. I hope you are doing good. Wait, let me get my mouse there. Let me just do this real quick. Sorry, I'm a little bit hungry. That's why I'm a little bit blurred. Come in, everyone. My name is Tiara. I'm a kobold, and I play a bunch of games. I do play funny games as well, and I do art occasionally. And I've been playing Okami lately. Just finished Act 1, according to some of my viewers here. It's an RPG by the same dev who made Nier Automata. Whoa! Wait, the dev who made Nier Automata? That's huge. Sounds like a fun game though. Yokotaro? Ooh. So the game is like more actiony then. I assume anyway. I should check it out. Is it on Steam? Oh yeah, also don't be surprised that I love dragons a lot. Yeah, I do love dragons a lot, so also it's okay, don't listen to the music. I don't know if the music's gonna get me TOS or some shit, I don't know. Voice of Cards. The Isle Dragon. Oh, that is quite that is quite a price. Oh, there's a demo for it? Plus DLC set? It's 164. Hey yo, that's kinda expensive. So you should be plenty familiar with Okami soundtrack. Oh, good. Oh, wait, I saw a dragon. Hey yo. Now threatens to land on its people. What? The dragon's a villain? No. Unusual choices the background music for chatting, but I should really get rid of this music for now. Alright, let me just get through this real quick. You like it? That was one of Amaterasu's divine power. A mere taste of what the celestial brush can do. Celestial brush? What a mysterious and fearsome power you wield, Amaterasu. You got that right, sister. That ain't nothing Amy can do. Maybe this wolf? Maybe this wolf could help me with my quest. Your quest? What more could you want? You already stuck. Oh my god, Ishun, shut the fuck up. Holy shit. I play on with cards, guided and narrated by the... Oh, it's play on with cards, guided and narrated by the game master. It kind of reminds me of D&D, even though I never played it. But yeah. I should try out D&D someday. Oh. A lot can be done with cards. Imagine it could be a fun for you. Yeah, I love card games. I recently started to play Magic the Gathering again, and a little bit of Legend of Runeterra just to collect dragon cards. Of course, I do play like this Monster Train that I played, and also a bit of a Slay the Spire that I've been playing, and some random deck building games on the phone. But yeah, card games is pretty fun. I like it. Never mind, forget I said anything. Now that I lost my prayer slips, you still said something, Rao. The situation is completely hopeless. Good luck with that, I guess. The music, I cannot. Tell us what you want. It doesn't matter, just forget about it. I have many favors I want to ask now that I've seen your powers. But without my prayers lips, there's nothing anyone can do. Alright, I'm off to bed. Have a good night. Alright, thanks for the raid again, Ollie. Big appreciate. Have a good rest. Thank you. Have good rest. There we go. No more modern music. No more music that's modern. Can I just walk in and see Himiko? Is that even possible? Yeah. We're Queen Himiko's bodyguards. She's in the palace at the moment praying for the city. I'm under orders not to let anyone disturb her. And I take orders seriously. That means you too, mutt. You can see the cursed zone stretching out before you. The whole city is engulfed in a sinister air. But we won't let it lay a finger on Queen Himiko. Oh yeah? No, we guards won't let any evil get the better of us. But Himiko's people all sound like a bunch of parrots. But you can't just attack anyone, you're a god after all. Let's just leave him alone. Oh yeah? I'm not gonna attack anyone, but my bomb could. Go, go, go! Hey, you're cheating! They're not there! Fine, fine, fine. Can't believe they're cheating. Oh, you guys are not afraid when I jump. Mumble mumble. I wonder what's wrong with the Emperor. His illness must be the cause of this strange behavior. Oh, what a sweet little doggy! Maybe you could lend an ear to that poor husband of mine. He's been so troubled lately, he'll talk to anyone. I don't suppose you got time to hear my woes, have you, Pooch? I've served under the former Emperor of Saiyan City and been at his side for more years than I care to remember. But then, he suddenly took his bed with a terrible illness. He's been like a completely different person ever since. He was always such a modest and benevolent ruler in the past. But now he surrounds himself with guards and turns the needy away. There's even a rumor that he imprisoned a girl for no reason. It's the illness that's doing this, beyond a shadow of a doubt. I've not been feeling well myself lately. That mist enveloping the city is just so incredibly thick. It's really starting to get you down after a while. Alright, cool. I mean, that's how everyone starts talking as soon as a wolf looks at them. I know, right? They crave. I just love when game does this, you know, being able to do animal things on demand. Like Stray being able to meow on demand. Amy being able to bark on demand. Now I'm just looking for a kobold game that allows me to yip on demand. Maybe there's a game like that, I don't know. No. It's fun? Yeah. Oh shit. Psst. Can you hear me? What? We're supposed to be on duty. Well, it's just, I wanted to ask you something. What's your opinion on His Highness? What do you mean? Surely you are not doubting the worth of our honorable Emperor. True, he's had to take to his bed because of his strange illness. But I'm full of hope that he will soon make a speedy recovery. And I am too, of course, but there's something about this strange illness that bothers me. That swirling mist is a little out of the ordinary, don't you think? The moment the Emperor took ill, it started to come from his room. And then, before you knew it, it had taken over the whole city. People are really starting to suffer from it too. Well, don't you think it's a bit of a coincidence? It's definitely odd, I'll grant you that. But it's no use trying to ask His Highness how he feels. He just sends everyone away, and he won't even see a doctor. So I don't see that there's anything we can do about it. But how about that girl locked up in the cell alone? She shouldn't be locked up like that. She's done nothing wrong. You mean that girl called Kaguya? Oh! Kaguya? Isn't it Mr. Bamboo wants to know about Kaguya? Orders are orders, so we had no choice but to lock her up. But I can't quite see why His Highness wanted us to do it. The city's in a real mess ever since he took ill like this. I don't know what's going on inside the palace. Let me in! Let me in! Let me in! Let me in! What did I just cut? I cut something inside. Cool. Hello, Wolf. I wouldn't come any closer if I were you. We're under orders to defend the Emperor with our lives. You'll leave now if you know what's good for you. What is it now? Is it the swirling mist inside the palace that's bothering you? It's nothing really. That's what the Emperor told us to say anyway. It's nothing. You'll leave now if you know what's good for you. Oh, really? Huh? A white wolf? How unusual. What are you doing here at the Emperor's palace? Can't you steal treasure from under his nose while he's ill? You no good hound, get off here right now. If I catch sight of you again, I'll have you for my dinner. Actually, I don't think I want to eat such a dirty looking beast. But get off here anyway. Wow, this guy's a bitch. About this place. Bloom galore, yeah. I remember daughter's name. I was quite surprised too. On the topic of making noises with button press, we also like the Rivals of Aether Goose. Balance aside, very grimly potential. Oh wait, Rivals of Aether. It just reminded me of something. I want to buy a game. There's one game that I want to buy. Don't know if you guys heard of it, but there's like one game that's really good. Yeah, Dungeons of Aether. There it is. You know, right? You know. God, I want to play this. They have good-looking lizard folk in there, and also a shark. Gosh, I want to play this. It looks so good. We saw this being in development a few years ago, back when me was still part of the community. Whoa! I have to buy this. I have to buy this. But there's so many games I want to play. There's so many games I want to play. Wait, don't buy this yet. Alright, I'll buy it when I want to play it. Oh, look at the shark. Oh my god, it's so Ooh, I love. Oh my god. Don't look at it yet. Don't look at it first. Oh my mama. You pesky mongrel. It's the Emperor's orders that no one's allowed through. And that includes wolves as well as people. Even the mosquito couldn't get past our super tight security. Am I getting through you? Then get out of here. Such tight security only mean one thing. Whatever's causing the swirling mist must be in this palace. Wonder what kind of person the Emperor is. Whoa. Check out this slip of paper. Some 随身保命. 随身保命? Oh. Looks like each one has a spell or something on it. But I have no idea how to use them. Don't think they'll do us much good. But I'll take it anyway. Hey, look at that, Amy. There's mist pouring out of that little hole. Too bad you're so big, otherwise we could have checked out this hole. I don't like this pet. I don't like this palace. Something smells fishy here. Literally? Or figuratively? I think I gonna give this to Rao. Need to hear the music again. When you buy this as gift now, it ends up being on a giant pile, which I personally don't mind, you know. But I hope you guys don't mind me just not playing the games you bought for me. I still remember there are a bunch of games that you guys bought for me I didn't play. I feel kind of bad about it too. Like, if you guys want to buy gifts for me, they are like greatly appreciated, but at the same time I just feel kind of bad because I didn't play most of it. When you buy it later, it's actually time to play it too. Yeah. What if my prayer slips? You found them in this huge city? Thank you, they're indispensable in my fight against the evil beings. I was sure one of them had stolen them from me. Thank goodness. Yes, your ability to sniff things out really is a divine power. Your names, game? Your names, Amaterasu? I'll let it slide, correct, Wolf? Well, Amaterasu, would you put your powers to use for us? You're saying we're the answer to your prayers? I'm saying you are our only hope. As you have seen, the Hiroshima coast is in turmoil, all because of the evil rising from the darkness. Because of the forces of darkness. Forces of darkness? Yes, next to them the monsters out there in the wild are nothing. They are starting to spread over Hiroshima coast. And with Queen Himiko confined to her palace, it all falls to me. Normally I'll use my holy powers to dispel any threat to the city, but this foe is too strong for me, so I have no choice but to ask this favor. Lend me your powers. So that means we'll end up helping Himiko after all? I don't know, sounds kinda fishy to me. There are some who think the queen is a coward to shut herself away, but she cares for her subjects. She's praying for our protection. But even she can't calm the water dragon and exorcise the city. Not without the sacred treasure to enhance her holy powers. That's why I want you to help me find. Please, Amaterasu, let me ask you once again. Will you listen to what I have to ask? Sure. Now, what the heck? Let's hear what the stack... Stacked? Anyway, when you came here to the city, did you see it? Right off the coast near the Hiroshima border, there lies a sunken treasure ship, a victim of a water dragon's rampage. That ship was a trading vessel, working between here and abroad. It was transporting a great treasure, ordered by Queen Himiko. But the water dragon attacked every ship in the water. It sunk the ship and its precious cargo right in front of the port. The fox rods of the queen had finally managed to locate a matchless treasure with the power to defeat any foe. We have been Seian City's, no, Nippon's greatest asset. If we had the fox rods now, we could drive out the evil beings. Amaterasu, will you come to the treasure ship with me and help me search for its cargo for the fox rods? You want us to do what? You want us to search for treasure on the sunken treasure ship? Well, I'll do anything for... If my boss here says no, there ain't much I can do. Well, boss, we're gonna help this... Oh my god, Ishun! Sure, I guess. Fox rods. Why are you thinking, Narix? I know fox rods, both those words together might be something else, but I don't know. I don't know! Bummer, the boss has spoken. Huh? What was that, Amy? Thank you, Amaterasu, you're a true savior. Okay, let's go to the treasure ship right away then. Although, we must wait a while until the new moon rises in the night sky. In the shallows where the ship ran aground, called the Lunar Lagoon, the tide only recedes when the new moon is seen from the moon turret. When the tide's out, it's easy to get into the treasure ship. We'll meet at the ship at the night of the next new moon. What the fuck does that even mean? I'll keep the good old save. I think I'm getting a little bit hungry. I'm getting hungry. I wanna eat. I want food. I need food. Oh, the ones of nature. A demon. Shut the fuck up, Ishun. Oh my god. Fucking Ishun. Boy, I mean, you seem really eager to help her. Well, I couldn't say no to those two. Oh my god, but we can't let her guard down. I mean, who knows? Might be Himiko's puppet. If they're up to no good, then we should get our hands on those fox rods before they do. I think I'll stop here for now. You two speaks in riddles? I know, right? I don't know if that's what Narix means, but I know what mine means. Oh, it's getting really dark. Oh my god. My room is pitch black. I'm not gonna open up the lights. I'm lazy. Okay, I assume you know what it means. It's getting super dark.
Thankies for streaming, greatest kobold who ever graced this plane of existence. May you sat your hunger by feasting on dragons Godro love.
Feasting on dragons? Maybe not. I don't want to feast on dragons. I love them. Can I smoosh them instead? I mean, I kinda want to just smoosh them instead. Sorry. Look, when it comes to dragons as kobolds, as a kobold myself, I just can't help it, alright? I'm sorry. I just love dragons, okay? I need them. I love them. Thirsty, no hungry? Both. Both. Oh, my PC is dying. Okami Shinshu Field. Shinshu Field 2? Cursed Shinshu Field? Just play Rock Valstrax? What do you mean, Rock Valstrax? Is this the one? What do you start from here? No, bad. No, bad. Oh, that one, that didn't cross my mind. Nola. Here, Shinshu Plains. This music's still good. Okami's music is super good. Like Japanese themed music. Feeling alright? I'm feeling okay-ish, I think. Have we raided Hibli for a bit? No, right? I think we raid Hibli like once a week. Hopefully good after eating. Yeah. I'm definitely gonna feel better after eating. Yeah, definitely. Eating good. I like food. Don't want counts recently? Fair. Oh. Flint, there's Flint. Flint. Maybe Flint? I could rate Flint. What you eating? I eating rice. I eating rice. Oh yeah, shout out to Narix. Yeah. Only white rice? No la, ayo. Of course there's something else. Of course there's something else other than just white rice. Probably gonna be like I'm thinking either 奶油鱼片饭炒底 or money 菜饭炒底 is also not bad. There's also salad 鱼片饭. Ooh, salad 鱼片饭是很好诶. That one, 榨菜is okay lah. I mean, these are the ones that I want. I don't know how to say them in like English. Let me see. 奶油鱼片 buttermilk fish fillet. Rice without sauce and other ingredients is best. I sponsor soy sauce. You could send it to me, yeah. Plain rice with soy sauce only. Let's go. Salted egg. Oh, salted egg's not bad. But I think the place over there doesn't have salted egg. Which is kind of sad, to be honest. Rojak Singapura? What am I looking at? Why is Flynn watching all these random videos? And then there's suddenly Rojak Singapura on the videos. Marmite chicken? I don't like Marmite. Marmite tastes weird to me. To me anyway, I don't really like Marmite. Can we rate Flint? No, I'm getting hungry. What, you like Marmite? Ah? I can't believe you like Marmite. Oh my god. Okay, well, if you like Marmite, I'm not gonna judge, but I don't like it. I'm gonna plug things real quick. Let me just summon Bernie. I'll summon Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. You will like it? No, I don't. No, I don't. I tried it, that's why. No, I don't. No Marmite for me. Marmite is terrible. Yeah, you can say that again. Oh, is it from SDF movie? Oh my god, it is. Oh yeah, thanks Pinky. I forgot to plug those. I got so used of you. Doing it. I didn't do it. I'm so sorry. Yeah, that's my Discord and my socials and stuff. I should probably make a link to like a website where I can have a bunch of my links. We just wait a bit as to not drown by. Oh, okay, that's fair. Oh yeah, I should do this. Let me do compatible. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to drown that one out. Shout out to Pinky and everyone here. Thank you, Spastino streaming. It's fair, it's okay. But yeah, shout out to anyone here that's, been lurking and stuff. Love y'all. Let me type in the rate to Flint real quick. I want Foob. Feathered Flint. I think they're just watching like funny videos currently, which is good because I like watching those. We may never know one day. What? No, what? What are you saying? I'm scared. Kayla, I typed in the raid already. Getting hungry. So, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Right, love you all so much. Keep being amazing. Know that you guys are all loved, you guys are valid, and you guys all matter. You guys are valuable. Yo, but why? Next Monday, Fortnite. Do you really want to play Fortnite? You could. Can you buy me the lizard skin? Is it possible? I want the skin. Oh, the skin is no tail though. Oh, suck. Oh, god damn it. We have none? None what? If you don't play, I mean, I won't be playing, I guess. Oh, it's BP? Wait, you can earn those now? Play game for skin and normal unlock? Oh shit, I might be playing Fortnite then. Don't tempt me to play more games. I have so many games I want to play. Level 40? Fuck. Probably not then. So roughly, count it for me. Give it to me. Give it a 爽快. Fuck, 40 matches? If you do it daily, god, it's like a month. If I do it daily, that's a month. But then it's like, is it? Can it be like PVE? Long-term goal keeps you motivated. True, but no, it has to be PvP. Isn't it like a new PvE mode in Fortnite? God damn it. Where? I don't know. I've seen and heard that there's PvE modes on Fortnite. I guess I'm just gonna go get food. Okay then. Yeah. I'm gonna raid Flint now. Alright, here comes the raid. Love y'all. Boom. I'll wait for you to find it. What? I don't know if I want to play Fortnite. I don't know if I want to play Fortnite. Find PvE. The cohort rate says here's something about PvE last year, but don't know if it's fun. No idea. But I only heard like, yeah, there's a PvE mode. Maybe they disabled it already? Cohort says hi, yeah. If you guys have my emote, feel free to use them. If you guys don't, it's totally fine. Don't worry. Use whatever emote you guys have. I think maybe this Thursday I should start working on some emotes. At the same time, I should really finish up Barnaby stuff. I mean, it's already close. I think I can even send it tonight to Barnaby. It's almost done anyway. So yeah, finally. I did try to fix most of the stuff there, so hopefully it should be fine.
For raiding Meow Meow with wings and beak and talons, yay.
Meow Meow with wings and beaks and talons? Sure! Hina, I see you guys on Thursday. Be safe, everyone. Love you all. Bye, 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 bye. Be safe, be safe. Much love, much love. See you guys on Thursday. Bye, 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 bye.